Hey there, RemPCs. Welcome to Rules of Cool, where we interview very special guests, creators, gamers, designers, and world builders. I'm your host, Rem, and today we'll be chatting with David L., senior editor at Sarna.net. We have a fantastic giveaway of a Sarna prize bundle, including stickers, patches, and a hoodie. Type hashtag RemPC in the chat for a free entry to win. The drawing will be done at the end of today's episode of Emerald Glitch, Where's the Rain, coming up right after Rules of Cool. You can also get bonus entries by donating bits or subscribing. Every 100 bits gets you a bonus entry, and every subscribe gets you 7 whole bonus entries. Now, in Rem Alternis news, get ready for Rift Zone Contact, a revolutionary war game for everyone. Boosted Reality is melding reality with AR with their Rift Zone Contact mobile application. Playable anywhere with nothing but minis and mobile devices, the seamless combo of app and minis simplifies miniature war games, eliminating rules and calculations and making them more accessible to everyone. You can find the Rift Zone backer kit at the link in the chat. Discover Exit Vector, a high-velocity aerial combat game by Vector Tridents, a proud veteran-owned company. Dive into your favorite cyberpunk adventures with their rules-agnostic game. Crafted by experienced veterans, Exit Vector offers a thrilling mix of realism and excitement. So join up and take your gaming experience to new heights with Exit Vector, live on Kickstarter right now. The link is in chat. And finally, embark on a nostalgic journey with Dear Pen Pal, Belgium 1980, a captivating Kickstarter project by award-winning author Jennifer Brozek. Immerse yourself in 24 heartfelt letters mailed to your home and penned by a fictionalized 10-year-old Jennifer, navigating the challenges of a Belgian school, all while maintaining a vivid imagination and befriending a ghostly companion. The project is live now. The link is in chat. And now it is time to get right into our conversation for this week. So stay tuned, RemPCs. Welcome back to the show, everyone, and welcome to our guest for this week. Hi, David.
Hi.
Really nice to finally meet you in person. We've been talking online for a while now.
Yeah. There are various subjects, of course, but I'm very happy to be here.
Yeah, that's awesome. It's great to have you here. And we introduced you in the intro as David L. So I want to take an opportunity to get your name right in both English and French. So I'm going to try this again, and then you can correct me, okay?
Of course.
All right. I'm going to go back to where I have it written down here. I have to look at my script. All right. So we've got David Lagamodier.
Yeah.
In English. And then
in
French, it's David Lagimodier.
Yeah. Lagimodier in French is I don't use I'm not very good at French.
Yeah, neither am I. It's fine.
Yeah, it's an
fine.
Adopted last name. I got it when I was 11, I think. So I had to learn how to say it when then. So
I owe it to my Quebecois husband to at least attempt it. So. Well, awesome. Welcome to the show. I'm excited to chat with you about BattleTech and Sarna and gaming in general and stuff like that. So to start us off, I like to ask every single guest the question, how did you first get into gaming?
Well, it was a very long time ago. I don't know if my memory really works very well then. Well, first thing first, I didn't grow up with a lot of money. There wasn't a lot of, a lot of the games I played were what I could at friends' houses or whatever I could come across. Mostly it was various Nintendo, Super NES sort of console games and whatnot. And I had to play with what they had, which unfortunately a lot of times, either other than the Super Mario series and whatnot, were games that involve sports, which are, to me were kind of boring, but some
Hey,
people prefer
listen,
them.
I remember Super Nintendo with, I think I had a Ken Griffey Jr.'s Winning Run.
Yes, I remember the game because one of
Yeah.
my friends had that, and he kept telling me about, oh, this game is awesome. Look at it. I'm like, I don't know what's going on. They're hitting the ball, maybe.
I grew up playing softball, so I liked baseball at the time. But after the Cleveland Indians lost to the Atlanta Braves in the World Series and then traded Kenny Lofton, I could never forget them. So
I really got involved with soccer or football, as our European friends say, um, and they put me in defensive or goalie because I would like to solve problems with physical force most times. So I would probably be better at rugby. I really. Um, so, but for other games, the very first console I owned was a PlayStation. And PlayStation had this, thing about try this Final Fantasy game, you might like it. I did. I did a lot. Um, those sorts of fantasy games and role playing games became sort of my favorite because it was a very good escape from what was happening around me at the times. And I mean, you could play as somebody else. You could you could do a lot of things. You kill a lot of things. You get praised for it and everything else. And it's like, oh man, this is awesome. Well, one of the niches though was Final Fantasy Tactics, which many people maybe remember. That I felt was one of my favorite games because I loved strategy games. I loved playing chess at the time. I loved playing checkers, and being able to have a role playing game that combined strategy was awesome. I loved it. And of course, no one really made a game very much like that ever again. Uh, I'm starting to again, but um, Tactics Ogre was something I did try to play numerous times over and over. I guess just in my youth, I couldn't get past it. Where Final Fantasy Tactics was just very much easy to get into, and the depth was there.
sure.
From there, Magic the Gathering, or tabletop, or I guess some people don't like it as saying it's tabletop. It's a card game. You can't play
You play it on a tabletop.
Yeah, but D&D, I did get into as well from Magic because I was like, what if I could play in the world that I'm casting these spells in? There's a thing for that. Um, a lot of that was, I mean, how long ago was it? Like the Magic cards that I played with, I now cringe because I know how much now they're worth and how many times I scraped them on the concrete
Oh
playing in school.
no.
And I mean, those cards, my parents, I think, forced me to sell them a long time ago, so I'm not entirely sure whatever happened to them. But um, with that, did a lot of D&D. I did a lot of those sorts of things. One of the things, though, when I was getting into high school was that was when the clickable game, MechWarrior Dark Age, Age of Destruction came out. And I had been interested in BattleTech for a while. I mean, it's a strategy game, and it had a vast universe that I just kind of soaked up when I was. Um, the I only had though access to one source book, and that was because one of my friends had it, and I I still have it in my basement. I'm sorry, Will. Mine, been mine for years. Come on, get over it.
So was Mech Warrior your first introduction
So
to BattleTech, or was
the MechWarrior games on PC were one of the first PC games I played. Um, Unfortunately, the machine that I had played it on played it at a whopping 10 frames per second, so I never could actually play it like I had saw videos of people doing so and everything else. And I was like, man, this game is great. If only I could play it like they could. Um, it wasn't until many years later that I actually could play it. Like at that point, it was Mech Commander 2 and Mech Warrior 4. Um, where you could get play a game that was like that. Um, those sorts of games too, like I mean, console was always the fantasy games, role playing games, whatnot. But for PC, it was always first person shooters. Mech Commander was awesome. I loved it because of that tactical sort of feel that I had. But also, I mean, mechs blowing up, it's great. You got to watch. Like, I loved it. MechWarrior 4 also gave me my first competitive sort of game that I played because, well, there's leagues for that so long ago, where there was only kind of a couple ways of playing that game, but also it was buggy as hell. A lot of people like saying, "Oh man, it's the best game that ever happened in MechWarrior series." I'm like, when you hit the direwolf in the nose the right way, it takes no damage, right? You know that. You hit the side of a summoner, it could literally not take any damage. There was hitbox issues and everything in all that game that survived through patches and everything else, and those things still there. And I mean,
fair.
Yeah. So with gaming, when I joined the military, it sort of became less so, but it also became sort of something to do when there was literally nothing. I mean, those people that have been in the military know that there are a lot of times where you are by yourself, or not by yourself, but with other people doing not a lot. But you have to be there, because if you're not, something bad might happen, maybe. So a lot of the like the role playing games, tabletops, fans, things, you don't have a console, you don't have the computer, you're back to sort of going through the books if you had them, or you would get into arguments with somebody that thought they had them, or memorized or whatnot, and you get some really weird sort of fake rules that work because no one really has the internet on their phones.
Yeah,
they can just look it up. I mean, one of the things I keep on saying is, like, I have been involved with games like that were using rocks as playing pieces, and using, like, for example, a white dwarf from like ages ago trying to play Warhammer. Like, those are things that happen. But it also gave me a very good understanding of how well games affect everything else, and I became more interested in facilitating or making the games happen than I was playing them.
Okay.
When I finally introduction back into my PC gaming, we were having I played a lot of first-person shooters, but when I got to, yes, over a decade now, MechWarrior Online happened. I was in Victoria. They were in Vancouver. I played a lot enough to be introduced to their testing team,
Ooh.
and I played that as a tester, as well as I made a mercenary unit that eventually went to the World Championships in 2017, 2018, or no, sorry, 2016 was the Australian team, 2017 was the American team, and then 2018 I got married at MechCon.
Ooh.
So
that's so awesome. All right, so I'm gonna make you answer the hard question then.
Sure.
So, in a world without BattleTech, what is your favorite game?
That is, I have to go with the lackluster answer, which is the Magic the Gathering, because I've been involved with that community almost as much. I mean, being a judge, I became a judge in that, and I mean, helping that be played in the military was fun. Being a judge as well, like I went to, I was once deployed to Alert, which is, if people don't know what Alert is, it's the highest point north that you can go.
Ooh.
So I was up in the Arctic with that, and I had to answer a rules question about Magic, which I never thought I'd have to do. And it involved layers, for those people that are familiar with that game, and I didn't imagine myself doing that, first off, but because of where I was and because of people I knew, I did ask Wizards at that point to actually send up product, because I didn't think it would actually go anywhere, and they did.
Oh,
So
neat.
I introduced Magic to the highest point in the world. It was interesting. They didn't send lands, so if you know you have to play the game. If they gave us two booster boxes of the sets at the time, but they never gave us lands. So like I had to have used the printer ink situation up there to make proxies of land so that we could play. But Magic the Gathering also sent me to PAX East twice,
Oh, wow.
where I was involved with an organization called Planeswalkers for Diversity,
Oh,
where I got to basically help that sort of thing, which was great because I met a lot of people, a lot of very interesting people in that industry,
neat.
especially when Magic Arena was coming out. It when one of the conversations I had with those people was the person that was making it, or one of the lead developers of it. He was doing it because he felt that for diversity to work, some people just didn't want to go to the local game store.
Mhm.
They could be playing online, and they did, and that was kind of one of those guiding principles that they had, is that have Magic be accessible to even people that don't play the game a lot, but also have it accessible for those people that didn't feel like they wanted to go to their game store to do it.
Right.
Um, and that was a
Okay.
tricky time in that history, but let's
Right.
pass to something else.
So let's talk a little bit about real life. You are a bit of a tech guru and had done that for the military and stuff like that. So how did you begin your journey into tech?
So I went to college for it, thinking that getting a diploma, getting a degree, or whichever would heighten my chance of getting hired, especially when tech, we're talking about tech like 20 years ago, where um, it was a very emerging industry with a lot of things. Um, when I got it, I found that employers didn't want to hire me because then they would have to pay me for what I was worth, and they didn't want to. The last interview I did prior to joining the military was a janitor got hired in the position I was going for, just
Oh,
because they wouldn't have to pay him as much.
wow.
So to me, that sort of like, I don't want to touch computers ever again. If this is going to be what it is, like I don't
Yeah,
want to touch it.
and you were
Uh,
telling us a little story in the pre-show that you kind of, with your wanting to get away, it was not meant to be.
no,
Can you tell our viewers?
yeah. So when I joined, this is the Canadian military for those people that are wondering. I had joined, and I told them I didn't want to fix computers for a living, mostly because of that incident, but also I felt like that was just maybe something that wasn't for me, even though I had gone through all of this education for it and everything else, and I
Yeah.
was good at it. I was kind of very depressed about the entire thing. Unfortunately, the military found out after me being in it for at least 8 years that I had a degree and I knew exactly what I was doing with the stuff. And they're like, "Oh, great! So we're going to make you do it, and we're going to make it the extreme end where you're going to have to work with all of the crap that we have all over the country." So I got to experience all of Canada uh, by fixing things that literally almost look like from their 1980s. Um, and I mean, it was a unique experience. I'm not going to trade it ever. I mean, I got to work with a lot of things. The later years of me working that though got into software development, mostly because I knew how to make virtual environments and virtual machines and
Ooh.
things that developers need to make their things work.
Hmm.
Um, so I ended out my experience with military being basically a technical lead and a developer project manager essentially. That's where I ended, and I was medically released September last year. So I am
Okay.
now whatever I'm doing. uh,
and
I
and
have to fix. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
you Twitch stream too, right?
So occasionally I do.
What do you do
The
there?
so I play a lot of I played a lot of MechWarrior Online on there. I played a lot of different first person shooters with I try to play them with friends, with having a conversation, because apparently I can't carry a conversation myself. I'm not very good at talking to myself in these games. I also go on other people's Twitches to stream. So one of my friends, Nutty Rat, I stream with him in the background because he was very new to BattleTech when he first
cool.
started playing. And we would be playing MechWarrior 5, and he'd be like, "Why the hell is this like this?" It's like, well, would you like the quick version, or do you want the TED Talks version? Which now is text talks.
Yep.
But I became very good for him and his viewers to sort of explain things in not a way that would take it, I guess is the best way of explaining that.
The diet version.
Yeah, the diet version. I would use comedy and humor to sort of make things understandable to a greater audience. But also, there's a lot of things in BattleTech that just don't make a lot of sense, but also they don't lend themselves to humor very well. So you just kind of gloss over those things, but also if you do, there's obviously going to be one person in the background going, "Hey, you're missing the best part of that story." And they go on, and you're kind of like, "Yeah, I glossed over that because it's not interesting for most people."
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of that about BattleTech too,
Okay.
where, and it kind of segues into sort of that lore fanaticism.
Yeah, which is our next question. When did you first speak, how did you become a self-proclaimed BattleTech lore fanatic?
So I had always been interested in BattleTech lore, more so than the game, because the game was harder for me to play, because also people didn't like, apparently, the MechWarrior Dark Age very well. And I have a lot of those figures. In fact, I have so many of them now. I actually have more now than I did when I played that. Alpha Strike wasn't so much a thing yet. My wife says it's putting it lightly. The sort of the lore though aspect of it was universal. So anybody knowing the game I could talk to about the lore sort of things. And because my background of more or less a data analyst and whatnot, which most people nowadays call librarians, I sort of absorbed a lot of that information, sort of that niche stuff that sort of people tend to gloss over, forget. But I also felt that sometimes how the lore was given was not exactly the best way of doing it. Like, there's many different ways of saying how something happened. But I mean, humor is one of those things that is quite universal in figuring and allowing people out. So I guess the self-proclaimed lore fanatic thing was mostly a drive to sort of tell those stories that were already written, but in a way that made sense to a lot of people that maybe are newer to the hobby, which again can sometimes be a very big wall of not knowing things with it. And also there's a lot of it. There's a lot of I mean, the creators have said numerous times they wanted to create a universe that literally anybody could be placed in and do what they wanted with. The stories and whatnot that was happening in the universe and whatnot were optional to know for setting and whatnot, but you were your own story. You made your own things with that, and there is sometimes that sort of mentality that I have to play it as lore accurate as possible. And sometimes even the people that made that lore accurate thing were like, what was I thinking when I did that? Why did I list the entire TRO of a 3 regiment battle group to have it recorded and have to have people have these things exactly as it is? We laugh because with the Clan Wolf source books, same with the Jade Falcon face one, we call them phone books because that's all they are. They're just names. They're just names that are there. Do they have any relevance? Maybe, but they die in like a battle that happens at 5 years after. It's just it. There is a lot of things like that where, I mean, sure, I love soaking up the information. I love finding out cool things about the Battletech that I've never learned before, or things like that, and telling other people, I think, is the more I love doing that more. I
Yeah,
love sharing the hobby versus just hoarding information and knowledge.
that's awesome. So with that, what is some of your favorite BattleTech fiction?
The unique ones, the ones
Oh,
that aren't, yeah, the unique ones that are not like, I'm one of those guys that likes Far Country, not for the fact that it was, but it breaks the mold.
mm,
It breaks the mold of Game of Thrones in space. That's great. There's a whole bunch of nobles. They're all conspiring. They all have their own little games. But what about that guy that's just sitting there looking at the moons and discovering that there's a second one and there was only supposed to be one? Um, it happens. There's stories that, and also there's stories that are very rigid in what they are. But then there's like snapshots in those stories where it's just like, that's kind of cool.
mhm.
Um, one of the stories, I'm trying
Yeah,
to
yeah. Give
remember
us examples.
one of the names of it. It has one of my oh, jeez. Now I'm trying to remember things, and that's not fun. So
You
there
can.
was Initiation to War.
Okay.
That's one of them. Um, so it's kind of like this novel was one of those ones that I read, and I was just like, oh, this is kind of boring.
Mhm.
You know, sure, it's an introduction to politics and war and the Chaos March. Whoa, where are we going with this? Um, but it's about basically a guy that just wants to be a mech warrior, and he's just like, I want to be a mech warrior. And his father's like, no, go be a good person doing something else. You don't want to be a mech warrior. You're just gonna die and a whole bunch of other things. Um, and then the story basically evolves into sort of a factional war that's happening on this planet because, well, being in the Chaos March, most of the houses and everybody else don't really care, and that's why I kind of like those stories where it's kind of like there's not this overarching theme that's happening. There's just stories that are happening right there that have no relevance to anything, but are interesting on their own. Um, they have an interesting thing. There's a mercenary unit that lands, and it's called the 48th. And they're basically from the Columbine, Britain's Columbine, but they basically left. Well, notably because they kind of got destroyed during the clan invasion. But they basically just
Oops.
they yeah, oops, oh, oh anyway, um so they're on this planet and they're just they get hired and they're on the side of one of these sides on this factional conflict, and they're just kind of like up and like, you know what, this doesn't make any sense. You know what, why are we fighting these people? And they find
Mhm.
out the word of Blake is a card because of course the word of Blake. And they just sort of like, you know what, we're gonna help this planet instead of doing it. And there's a scene where it's very sort of samurai like, where the guy's kind of like, you know, we're just gonna do what we do,
Mhm.
um, and get this sort of done. And I thought that was really cool with that story, where you know we have nothing. We have nothing that's going on anywhere near this. No relevancy to the story that happens to the greater universe, but you know, it still shows those little microsms of Battletech where there's mercenaries, there's the word of Lake, there's a conspiracy, there's a planet. Does all of this matter? No. It's kind of like
Yeah.
somebody's D&D campaign where you know they blew up the moon, but nothing permanent actually happened because of it. It's I like those stories. I like the some of the source books. A lot have short stories that no one that people just gloss over. And I don't understand it, but I guess it's because, well, they're reading the rest of the source book and they have to prepare their brain to empty out some contents to get more of it back in. But
Right. But
a lot of those short stories are really great because they're not
mhm,
about
the usual.
the whole arcing story, the usual sort of thing. They're normally those everyday people that are doing something that's sure involved with the arc that's happening, but
Is
if they
there
didn't do what, go ahead.
is there a specific author that does this well that you're like, oh yeah, they're coming out with something new that's going to be unique and exciting?
So I do like the fact that shrapnel artists, a lot of the shrapnel artists that were smaller, are getting more and more out there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm very happy with the plethora of artists or authors and whatnot that we have in Battletech now than we did, because I'm nothing against Stackpole, but if I have to read yet another Stackpole novel about a mech flipping in midair, which he is, I know people, he has
You're
admitted
gonna
is
start a
wrong.
war here on Gen Con TV.
Yeah, I mean, yes, he has evolved over time. His writing has evolved over time, which is great, and I love that. Reading from an author that has been very involved with the series. But I do, one of the things that drew me into Dark Age and various things is it's new. It's not the same stuff that I don't want to say it. I don't want to. It's not the same classic BattleTech. It's a newer. What has happened? What happens if all of the big players aren't around? What happens in this universe? I like that. I like those
Yeah.
stories. I like those authors that like playing with strings. One of my good friends is James Bixby, who writes the Ace Darwin short stories, and I brag on him all the time. Of like,
He's been on our show before.
Yeah, no one likes Stace. No one. Stop making stories about him, and he makes two more.
Yeah.
And one of his first things that he made or was going to make for Shrapnel, I was helping with him, was about the Spirit Cats, which is a faction in Dark Age, which become later still survive somehow. But he was doing a story on what essentially in that universe existed as a unit, and that was it.
Mm.
It was a 4 figures that you got in a special pack, and I was kind of like, okay, cool.
Okay.
But it was, yeah, that was, and it was like how he made a story out of that, which never got published. I think it got published somewhere else, but he shifted into another story or whatever. But that's
cool.
what I really
Okay.
like.
All right. So with all of this love of lore and fiction and all of it, all of the BattleTech, and 40 years of it, how did you first get involved with Sarna.net?
So my first edit, I gotta check now. The first time I actually edited Sarna was May of 2015.
Okay.
One of the things I did
How old is
was
Sarna?
technically the first edit that happens on the wiki as it is right now was 2008.
Oh, okay. Okay.
However, it's far older than that. So
Okay.
Nick, who some people know, Nick Jasmine, he made Sarna as a place to host something very far older, which is he did a data mining project basically of figuring out where things were in the universe and where they were produced and made. And he made a site dedicated to that information. He found eventually that a wiki worked better for that sort of thing. And that in the original wiki, all of that stuff that he had is there, uncited, of course. So citation is heavily needed on a lot of those things, but it was there, and that was kind of what Sarna built off of.
Okay. And we should clarify for those viewers that aren't familiar with BattleTech or aren't familiar with Sarna that Sarna is a BattleTech wiki.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, we hope so. I mean, sometimes it's gotten off track, but everybody who's like, oh, just go read it on Sarna, and is basically why Sarna exists, is the fact that unlike a lot of wikis that for fandoms and whatnot, Nick made the decision to make sure that he hosted it by himself. He did not use fandom or whatever it was before. He didn't use a wiki farm of any sort. He decided primarily that he would host it himself, or he would make it work.
Okay.
That is one of the thing that made it the way that it is, and why it's gone as far as it has. Because the unfortunality of the BattleTech universe and the outside of it, the meta, as it were, the classic BattleTech forums have exploded 3 different times, losing information, losing tons of stuff numerous times. And it's not the only thing about the BattleTech universe that's been lost to time. We have little to no development stories about MechWarrior Dark Age. We have no, because WizKids, the people that made it, archive their entire MechWarrior side of their site, which we can only get through, using the Internet Archive if it exists for that.
Yeah.
So one of the things that Sarna exhiberates the fact is it exists, it always has, and it always probably will, unless there's something catastrophic that happens. And when I was drawn to the site, I had used it for probably many years before I made my first edit. When I started editing, it was because I was working nights and had literally nothing else to do. But I had to, with typical military precision, I had to stay and be there for 8 hours in the middle of the night watching something that literally can do my job for me. I had to I had to unautomate things myself because I was running out of things to do.
Oof.
So I had automated it, and then I was like, wait a minute, I don't have a job to do anymore.
No.
I have to take it. So I started editing, starting basically the middle of the night, because I would have PDFs sent to me via email that I could just take the information, place it in, and be done with it. With my background of technical things, though, I first became involved with sort of the technical side of it because I was trying to fix something, but I had not really. I didn't know of the staff of the wiki at the time. I didn't really interact with them very much, other than them reverting my edits and telling me you were bad, stop being bad. But I was trying to fix something that independently of what they were doing. And I could see that they knew what I was doing because I read other user pages and they're like, well, Deadfire is trying to fix it this way. Do you know why or what he's doing? And then I would just finally I am here, guys. You can just talk to me about what I'm doing. And at that point, it was sort of synonymous with the fact of getting things done. I made the suggestion to Nick at some point in time, probably some point in time now. It's like, what, almost 2 years, 3 years now, to make a Discord. Because forums, unfortunately, are very bad at new age sort of things in some cases. Again, there's a benefit though to forums. I'm not going to say that they should go away. They shouldn't. There's a reason they exist still. Message boards are not just a figment of the past. They do have good things. And with that, I became a lot more involved. My wife, Erdani, is the chief Discord moderator and make sure that we're all on track and not insulting each other. I with that became more involved in talking with the staff and seeing what was actually needed. And it sort of became my mission into making the wiki more accessible. Although many people otherwise were doing that, it was more my job to make those things work and not catch on fire. So I became a senior editor of what is known as templates on automation. I have no idea if that is really what it is anymore because it's changed numerous different times. But a lot of the information is duplicated on the website. A lot of people will tell me that, okay, well, I can find this information here and here and here. That's awesome because, well, as a wiki is, it's manually modified. It is up to everybody else to sort of do. And some people have different ways of saying the information.
Right.
One of the biggest things I had was, well, that could be automated. You could literally have this information be collated for you, and we didn't have to have several people having different stories about the same thing. Templates and things of that. Templates in a wiki site are things that do like make pictures or format text or things. So like the best way to describe it is if you talk using any sort of messaging system, how to modify your text, how to make it bold, how to make it Atlantic. Those are templates that are normally used to do those. Sarna, when I started doing this, had something like 30 templates to deal with things, and they were not working very well for things. There was a lot of there was also the hideous I say hideous, but I really don't mean that, but I do, design for the site. It is very much still stuck in what Nick made the skin be, which was in 2000. I think the last modification he did to the skin was like 2010, 11, 12, somewhere around there. So I mean, every time I look at it, it boggles me, especially when, with my background, I've dealt with, very well put together and presentation sites, and it's kind of just like, um, I mean, the best thing that I show people is, okay, go to the website on mobile and look at any table. Does it look correct? No.
Yeah.
Can I fix that? No, I still can't either. But I've tried numerous times. Why isn't there a dark mode? There is, but you have to make it.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of it, and we talked about this previously, is a lot of it is to facilitate the community, to get the information sort of better, or I can't really say better, because you get it more presentation, I guess.
Right.
Presentation is a key thing, and making things easier to read, or easier to look at, or to find, or to categorize, or even, well, what does this relate to?
Right.
Going thing. That's what I like doing, and that's where I got involved with starting to do.
What does the process look like on Sarna? Like, if a new fiction book comes out, like, does someone call dibs on being the first to write, or like,
No.
what does this look like?
So one of the number one rules of any wiki is be bold. Do it. Just do it. Who cares if you're not if you're the first one, or doing it, or whatever? Just do it. You can only learn by getting better, by seeing what comes of your product. If it gets deleted, what's the worst that's going to happen? Are you going to get banned from the site? No. We don't, like, most times people, the very first articles are just spell check, which unfortunately is very much needed in various many places on the website. Spelling and grammar are just horrendous everywhere. But if you wanted to, say, make a product of it, a lot of people, they'll do is they'll take a product page, they'll copy it, and then they'll make the page from that. And that's great. I'm trying to make it a form thing where you just have to fill in a couple of things and you make a page. That's sort of that transition of what I want to do, or what I'm trying to do with it for that new person. Because yes, if you want to make a page, most times people are just copying pasting from other pages that are like what they want, and then making it familiar.
Okay. Cool. All right. So, neat. So for all of your BattleTech lore questions and needs, you can hit up the wiki, get involved, make the posts and all that stuff, which is awesome.
Join the Discord too.
Join the Discord, and we will talk. We will talk
Oh.
too about where to find you right at the end of this and stuff. But it looks like there's a lot of ways. There's a never ending form of community for BattleTech is what I've learned. Now, does Sarna ever like make Sarna itself, like the contributors, the like you and Nick and Robin and anyone else? Do you guys make your way to conventions? Like what conventions do you guys hit?
So this year is one of the years I'm gonna try to finally get to Gen Con.
Ooh.
For conventions, well, for COVID, it was put a hamper on a lot of those things, going to those things.
Right.
But I like to go to a large convention, but I'd also feel like I might not know what to do, because, as I said before, I'm involved with so many lovable games that I like those things. And will I be able to just sit in one place and to play one game and then go, oh shit, 5 hours is gone. I could have seen 16 other booths that I could have done the same thing. That's where my fear of conventions is that I have to go there with a purpose. If I don't, I'm probably going to get lost or something. I know Gen Con is a lot bigger than people say it is. I mean, I said I went to PAX East. I got lost on that show floor, even though it's very obvious how to get around. It's not when you're there. I get to, you strike up conversations with very interesting people,
Hmm.
and developers and whatnot, and then you just get lost to time, and there goes, oh, I could have found a foam sword at that place if they were open still. But um, I guess also being a parent means that my daughter wants to see all the things too.
Right.
So I can't always say, oh, but daddy needs to sit with a whole bunch of other 60-plus-year-olds and talk about something randomly for 3 hours. She doesn't really like that. I don't think really. I mean, you have to go with what is going on. I mean, I think we just talked about things where she can become, quite quite convincing in her arguments of, well, that's boring. Let's go do this. Okay. Um,
Fair.
so
So other than Gen Con and PAX East, do you have any plans?
well, I'd like to go to like Indy at least
Cool.
once. I'd love to go back to PAX East
Hmm.
or West, even try West because I
Yeah.
hear that's the better party. Um, I would like to get to Toronto a couple times to do at least, um, oh, geez, you're gonna have to remind me now.
uh,
The bigger one, it's Fan
I
Expo.
don't know the Canadian cons.
It's the Fan Expo, I think it
Oh, okay.
is in Toronto. Is the bigger one. Um, there's various different ones, but I think Toronto mostly has the better ones. So I'm in Ottawa, so nothing
Okay.
really great happens here.
Right. Well, we're getting close to the top of the hour, so where can people find you?
well, I'm on their Discord. I'm on Discord many different ways to Thursday. I'm on many of the different Valtech communities that exist on Discord already. You can find me on Twitch. I do have a Twitter. I don't use it very often, mostly because I have automated it to my Twitch and I kind of just ignored it after that. Um, I am I'm recovering from social media non-existence, which with my job being the way it was, I didn't really socialize a lot with social media.
Right.
But for Battletech, it is mostly that Discord is the one that has happened the most.
Cool.
So people can contact me and find me there. My user page on Sarna sort of explains a lot of what we just talked about.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll just put this video on there. That way, you know, well, the
Do
Colts
it.
notes. There we go. Um, the 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 best thing, though, I think, I guess with digital media and understanding Sarna is humor, as we just talked about. I love using humor to explain
Mhm.
things and everything else. On message boards and things like Sarna, humor is not very clear cut. It's hard to be described. Um, and I've fought with that many times. I've talked to people trying to give constructive criticism and then be completely dismissed or thought that I was some sort of devil or whatever. I will say that communicating with anything for digital medium can be hard for me,
Mhm.
because I do come off as not like this. I come off as very rigid, parently person. I've come off as a mean person sometimes, I've been told. And my interactions I love doing in person, with my face, with expressions, with chatter.
I almost always,
Um,
when I do a voice call, have video on because I'm like, you might not understand me without my hands and my face to explain.
when with what I've done in the years with the military, I found that I
Yeah.
had to be in person to explain things because things are just so skewed a lot of times
Hmm.
if you don't see the body language, if you don't
Right.
see the person. And the one thing that I would love for people to take away with Sarna is it is that, um, if you do make edits and whatnot and people respond to those edits and whatnot, a lot of those people are trying to help you. They may not know how to do it properly in a medium that is what it is.
Right.
Um, and some people can be scared by that. Some people don't like editing Sarna at all because they figure they're going to mess something up. If that was true, I have some admins of this site that you would want to know about.
Awesome.
Um, so
Awesome. Well,
that's that.
Thank you so much for joining us and talking with us, and your energy and enthusiasm that you bring to BattleTech and the community for Sarna. Um, thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
But now you don't go anywhere, because we will be right back.
Of course.
Hey everyone, thank you so much for joining us today. Don't forget that we have a wonderful giveaway of a Sarna prize bundle, including stickers, patches, and even a hoodie. Thank you to the team at Sarna for donating such a wonderful prize. Type hashtag REMPC in the chat for your free entry to win. And don't forget to get your bonus entries by donating bits or subscribing. All funds help us to pay our cast and crew and keep producing content. Now, thank you all for joining. On to our episode of Shadowrun Emerald Glitch. I glitched when I said glitch. Where's the rain? We'll see you there, REMPCs. See you next time.
Can I just ask, what does a summoning tea kettle look like?
Oh, a summoning tea kettle. It is made out of cast iron that has been painted ritually with symbols in blood, obviously, that are then coated and shellacked over so that they don't flake off, that way it can last for centuries. And We use a nice clear coat though, so you can see them quite nice, quite clear. We mix in with the blood. We mix in the iridescent paint, so it gives us a nice little beautiful shimmer, especially as it heats up. And as you heat it up, that's where the magic happens, because that is when all of the symbols start to glow and get bright and beautiful. And as the tea kettle whistles, that is the summoning ritual complete.
If you have an interest in using the summoning tea kettle, or taking part in any of the other worlds in our games, you don't have to have experience. Just join our Discord, and the GMs will work with you and help you find a game you enjoy. The link is in the chat.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
92 times.
You get to play with us now, which is so exciting. So with channel points, bits, and subscribes, you can give rewards to the player of your choice. So how to do that is, no, not Bob. Channel points, I believe it is 500 points, gets you NERPs, which is +3 to any dice roll to the player of your choice. For 1,000 channel points, you can do a point of edge to any player. And for 2,500 channel points, you can do 4 edge to the player of your choice. Now for bits, for 100 bits, that's $1, you can do the NERPs. For 200 bits, that's $2, you can do the point of edge. Or for 500 bits, that's $5, get 4 edge to give to the player of your choice. And finally, again, the subs, if you subscribe, you can give 4 edge to any player.
Can I just ask, what does a summoning tea kettle look like?
Oh, a summoning tea kettle. It looks. It is made out of cast iron that has been painted ritually with symbols in blood, obviously, that are then coated
Obviously.
and shellacked over so that they don't flake off, that way it can last for centuries. And we use a nice clear coat though, so you can see them quite nice, quite clear. We mix in with the blood, we mix in the iridescent paint, so it gives us a nice little beautiful shimmer, especially as it heats up. And as you heat it up, that's where the magic happens, because that is when all of the symbols start to glow and get bright and beautiful. And as the tea kettle whistles, that is the summoning ritual complete.
If you have an interest in using the summoning tea kettle, or taking part in any of the other worlds in our games, you don't have to have experience. Just join our Discord, and the GMs will work with you and help you find a game you enjoy. The link is in the chat.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
and that's when we found that other bag of plastic explosives. And oh, hey, everybody!
Oh no.
Hey there, Gen Con TV watchers! Welcome to another amazing episode of Shadowrun Emerald Glitch. I'm your host, Max from Original Box Set, and we have an amazing show for you tonight. It is April 18th. Hey, chummers! Welcome back for another installment of the Emerald Glitch. We have a full crew tonight. We did have a full crew. I wrote this when I knew there was going to be a full crew. And there's other stuff here about having everyone here on time and point. So, Win, player who plays Convoy, gets to play catch up and see this part. Didn't put down the 18th as that day he weren't going to be here. And so, everything's messed up on my list. No, I'm joking. It's not. It's fine. I'm fine. It's good. So we're going to play some catch up with these crims and see what they're up to. But before we do, hey Amber, what do we got to give away tonight?
Thanks for asking, Max. For tonight's giveaway, drop a hashtag RemPC in the chat to be entered in for a chance to win the Sarna prize bundle. It includes stickers, patches, and a hoodie, and it looks super comfortable and really, really nice. Our winners will be announced at the end of the episode, and you'll be reached out to via Twitch Whispers. Now, if you subscribe to Gen Con TV during our stream tonight, you'll receive 7 additional entries, and you can also spend bits for entries. Every 100 bits you donate gives one additional entry, and even allows you to give one of the players a NERP to use. That's 3 extra dice to add to a roll. Now, 300 bits will give a player 1 edge, and 500 bits gives a player 4 edge. And if you want to make our lives more challenging, you can choose to give those nerfs and edges to our Game Runner Max. So everyone stay tuned, and let's get started, I guess.
As the sun dips below the horizon, casting the city into a sweltering twilight, the air hangs heavy with the stifling heat from the day's relentless sun. Heat waves ripple through the urban landscape, distorting the towering, majestic, metallic skyscrapers that loom over the crowded streets below. Mosquitoes buzz relentlessly in the thick, stagnant air, drawn by the scent of the sweet exhaust fumes that permeate the city. Dried up retention ponds sit like cracked scars amidst the concrete jungle, their once glistening water now reduced to the barren wastelands. The streets are packed with cars, their engines idling impatiently in the oppressive heat of the evening, while jobless and homeless individuals, their faces etched with despair, drift through the shadows, their presence a haunting reminder of the city's forgotten underbelly, ever present there. A anthro drone with a new frame and body walks down this desiccated alleyway, carrying buckets, empty buckets, as he heads toward a tea shop. The doorbell rings. Ding, 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 ding. In the distant sound, his sensors allow him to know that he can hear what sounds like clashing. Metal versus metal. And the sound of what best be described as exercise? But is it really? Techno Siren, tell us what's really going on. What that sound is that Duck hears.
There's a backyard. What is the backyard of your tea shop like? I actually don't know if I've ever heard what this like.
We would be in the basement.
In the basement.
Yeah, we would be in the basement.
Cool. Cool.
Downstairs in the basement is it's pretty much kind of like, you know, that scene in The Matrix where they go down and then they get like there's along the walls there's like a bunch of guns, but there's a big open space in between where we would be doing this.
And we've been here for a long time, and it's been a really, really long time since I slept. And Techno is looking pretty rough, but like her hair is up and it's never like all the way up and it's like messy. And she's really exhausted, and Steel Tiger is probably not at all. But we're having a sparring match. with my amazing fairy sword. And I'm gonna level up this skill here that we've been working on for a long time. And it's
Oh,
I
well
think I
then.
just got knocked down not the last time, absolutely, but I think I just got knocked down.
All right, so as you're on the ground, I imagine that you're probably wearing some sort of sporting gear that allows your med drone to stay attached while at the same time exercising. So you've got this bit of a lumpy piece of metal that's been attached to the outside of your jumpsuit, and she every once in a while pipes up and says, administering another dose of something or something. And as you're pulling yourself back up off the ground and looking to Steel Tiger to see, what's going to happen next, sweat's rolling off you and everything, your sword hand, starts to kind of shake as the fatigue and the hunger that you feel because of your use of the boosters, the use of the boosters and the ethereal sleep pods has definitely got to a point where it just takes a quick little of injection of a booster and suddenly your hand's steady back again.
And I say, again.
Well, then to your feet.
I'm gonna stand up and
All right.
go again. How do I save this update to my... Okay. Can I roll with my new stat?
Yes. So what we want to do is we want to compare your attack and defense. His attack, your defense, your values, because we have to compare those first. Since you're lunging into the attack, we want to look at your attack versus his defense.
Okay. I'm gonna roll it.
You don't roll.
What?
We just look at those numbers first.
Oh, we just look at them?
Yeah, we just say, what is the number? We're going to compare your attack rating with the sword, which is based on the sword.
Okay. Can you tell me how to math that? I'm really sorry.
Yes. Where is... Did I give you the stats for the sword? I didn't. I'm such a terrible game master.
I think that they're in like an item somewhere. It's not on my sheet. Maybe. There's a lot.
Almost there.
Am I?
Here we go. The attack rating of a sword is 9. Since it is a focus, it goes up by 2 more. So it's an 11.
My defense rating is 26.
So he has edge in this to be able to help him control the fight. And this is a question, does her skill level add into her attack rating? Not like it's going to make a difference.
But it does to me in my heart.
Yeah.
If I did a 14 instead of 11, that feels very different,
No, it's a significant increase.
It's an abstract number represented by the weapon and effectiveness of the attack. So the answer is no.
Oh.
It doesn't. You are still an 11 versus his 26, which I think is wrong, and I'll look into that. But for right now, we'll go with it. He has the superiority of equipment and skill over you.
Absolutely.
That means he has edge. Cool. The next thing we do is you are going to make an attack roll with your skill, and then he's going to make a defense roll with his either his reaction and intuition or his armed defense.
I think at this point, with how tired... No, I think at this point, she knows that Steel Tiger would want her to use her head. And so if it changes what you use, I'm trying to come at you sneaky a little. Like, I want to try to, like come at you from a way that you might not expect from me, because I think that would impress you as my teacher.
And you're probably
you can
gonna
probably tell. So.
You're probably going to want to swap from agility to using your intuition. You're losing a point because your intuition is not as good as your agility, but you're definitely coming from a different direction. So he can't use, he won't be able to use his agility to just dodge out of the way. He has to think about his opponent. So it's his intuition. If I remember correctly, defense is intuition and reaction. Right.
Defense is yes, reaction and intuition.
Okay, so you'll be fine. You'll be rolling that. So give it a shot. Let's see how the dice rolls roll out. For those who are watching at home, this is Shadowrun, and only 5s and 6s on the dice rolls matter.
Sword bonus does a modifier to this? Do I get to add my 2 for that? Or is that just
Yes.
for astral stuff? Yay!
It's everything related to this sword gets 2 extra dice to do everything. If you decide to use it to open a car door, 2 extra dice. If you decide to start a business where you open cans, 2 extra dice.
We,
All right.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did I mention it's been a long time since I slept?
You
Do
did.
not worry about if you're tired or if you're injured. Just worry about if your limbs work. He says,
Right.
as you can see that you're
As-
exhausted.
And I like slipped past you. I tried to get fancy, and I think I slipped a little. I didn't have a crit. Like I didn't miss really badly, but like
No.
that was really disappointing. Now I'm coming.
Thinking
I'm gonna
outside
come
of-
at you. Huh?
I said thinking outside the box is great, but it's typically preferred to master the fundamentals before you you need to learn the rules before you can break them.
Ooh, that's
Having
good.
a wave of frustration, and I want to come at you really strong.
Do it
I'm gonna try-
again.
Yeah, I want. Can we go again?
Yeah, just go at him. He's drop the dice.
I wanna get. Just let me like succeed on most of. Okay.
There you
Oh,
go.
nice.
4. So as he's not mocking you, but he's definitely like trying to guide you with good wisdom. You just lunge at him just from fatigue and anger, and you just start going in, and you feel like you're doing good, but then you realize that he's just leading you into the fight.
You're doing well. Yes, use your anger, but you're telegraphing a little bit. He's gonna say he just like backs up.
All right. It's got to be at least 3rd time's the charm, right? This one is. Can I actually? I want to try to flavor this a little bit differently, and I wonder if you
Okay.
might give me a bonus. I want to try to use my astral perception, and also the fact that this sword is meant to increase that connection, and I have been working on that for myself too. I think that like when he says to like focus and to use my anger and all of that stuff though, for me I would like default to like feeling into that space and like trying to use that energy to read his energy more, so that I can try my crafty attack but better and with more force, both at the same time.
All right, use your magic instead of your agility.
Ooh. I think it's the same for me, but anyway. No, I have one more.
No, your
I have
magic
one
should
more
be a
magic.
6. Yeah, it's
It is
one
a
more
6.
dice.
I was looking at sorcery. Okay, magic. Here we go. Okay. Wait, I put that on athletics. This one. Go. And 2 for my sword. Fairy sword, go. Oh, okay.
I am.
Well, it was a decent amount.
Yeah.
Wait. How did I roll though? Can I?
Ooh, yeah, you can bump 1 up.
Will you? Ooh, yeah. I think
Yeah, bump 1 up. 2 edge.
It's just 2 edge. That's what I do. I'm gonna bump up my 4. I did it.
Nice.
Oh, check that out. 5 successes and you got 3 to defend with. So tops to the sword wielding magic user. Look at that, getting
Look at
that
that.
hit in.
That is very satisfying. Thank you. I think
Yeah.
like I tap you with my sword and then I like go, yes! This is
He
the
kinda,
first time I've done that this entire month.
he kind of smirks, and then he's gonna take this opportunity to like just kind of like tap her with the butt of his sword, or like the pommel of his sword, because she's not focusing right now.
She's letting the
I do,
victory get
though.
to her. Oh!
Wait, wait. Do I have to? Can I roll defense?
You can.
What do
You
I?
can.
What should I roll for that? Intuition.
Under
There is a
your
button,
core combat,
yeah.
there should be a defense button.
Under.
Up to the right.
Just okay. There's defense.
That's it.
Do I add my? I don't add my sword. Yeah.
No.
I can add my. No. Okay. Okay.
Critical glitch.
I accept.
So you're even cheering your success to one victory as she's throwing you to the floor.
I do though. Yeah, you do. You knock me down, and I go, oh, I got you though. I got you.
That you did.
Oh, now can we have a beer, please?
Certainly. I believe I hear someone at the door anyway.
Oh god.
And he reaches out and offers you his hand to help you up.
I take it. We'll do this again. Well, I'm coming back again tomorrow. I'm gonna keep studying. That's as much as I can get this round, but I do want to keep studying.
Of course. You can come to the tea shop anytime. And then lead her upstairs.
You guys want to head for beers back out the convoy's hideout, or you're gonna have some beers here and at the tea shop?
Yeah, we can go to Convoys.
Getting up to the first floor, you see Duck outside the door, and when you open it, he greets you guys. When you left last, Duck was still in the remnants of his previous metal chassis. Since you've returned, he has had an upgrade, a new metal chassis, one that doesn't look like he's been run over a couple of times. So it's still very similar to his older chassis. He still has the anthro body, but for the most part, he looks like he is a bit better off. Steel, good to see you.
Likewise. And he like gives him a once over, and he's like, new parts?
Envoy has assisted me and given me a bit more of an upgrade, so I'm not as rough looking. I'm bringing your buckets back. I wasn't able to find any water.
Oh, I appreciate it. You could have kept them until you found some, if you need them still.
I was coming by to see you anyways, that's why I dropped them off. I have no reason to be looking for water right now, so it was just courteous to drop them off with you.
He's gonna bow and just like, well, I appreciate that. You said you needed to see me?
Yes. I believe that our relationship is about to have a lot of problems with the water services. Since I can't find any, unfortunately, I think you need to look for someone else who can help you find water. It didn't rain again last night, and the retention pond is all but dried up. I raked through the mud and the muck, but I'm not able to get much out of it.
Okay. Thank you for letting me know.
Of course.
I'll let you know if I find any leads, so that we can all stay hydrated. Team drink water.
Yes. And he reaches out and he'll touch you on your shoulder and say, "You all need water." Making the reference, I don't need water. You need water. I'm trying to find water for you.
I appreciate it. Is there anything else you needed, Duck?
No, I just wanted to let you know it's been hard the last few days to find any water. I'm going to keep looking. I'm headed toward the river. If I do find some there, I know I can be able to bring some back in a couple of jugs or something. The buckets won't do so good because I'll probably spill more before I even get back with it.
I understand. Uh, he's gonna reach behind the counter and he's gonna offer him like a little like clay an old sake like clay pot to give to him with like a rope around it and everything.
Yeah, he will take it. Thank you, and he will hold it. I'm imagining it's the 2 clay pots around with 1 rope.
Yeah.
Yeah, he will take. Thank you. This will do good. If I find water, I'll send you a message.
Likewise.
And then he heads off. Of course, not being ignorant to your existence, he does greet you as well, Techno Siren, but his conversation was with Steel, so... And it looked like you were probably already, like, relaxing and drinking something in the background, so...
Absolutely. I'm looking for the snacks.
Oh, yeah.
Do you have snacks here?
Yeah, so there's
mind,
like
I don't actually...
mochi and pocky and all sorts of like anime snacks. We got melon bread, all that stuff. What would you like?
Maybe mochi sounds really refreshing.
Boom, fridge. And he just points to what's in the fridge.
But the water thing, that sounded really serious.
Yeah, we need to find some another source of water. It hasn't been raining. How long has it not been raining? Just the 2 days?
As far as you know, Duck has only come to you at least a day ago via text message or something, going, "I'm having problems finding water. Let me know when you get low," kind of thing. Because that's what he does. He brings you water for your tea shop. He makes sure that you have water because, just another person he knows. But that's been the last 2 days. Just hasn't rained at night. It's been on the news, since we're talking about it. It's been on the news.
And just like as a reference, that like it's on a schedule. Like a machine makes it rain, correct? Or some kind of system makes it rain, correct?
That is correct. Okay. On Tuesdays and Thursdays, from noon to 2 p.m., there's a scheduled rain. And every other day of the week, from 9 p.m. to 3 a.m., scheduled rain. It's generated by a device called the Citizens Weather Sphere. It has nothing to do with the people. It's not owned by the people. It is owned by a private corporation. It's a powerful device that allows them to generate rain clouds here in Seattle so that there's still rain, because global warming has caused the temperatures to rise so high that it's hard to keep water in this area. Hence why the oceans have receded. Anyways, can you guess the name of the company that owns the Citizens Weather Sphere?
Bought? Wait, no.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. That's how she made her money. She invented a weather control device.
Maybe we should just wring the water out of her.
So yeah, it's 2 days. Been 2 days. That's not to say you don't have water. It's just he hasn't been able to get you more fresh water.
So, shall we head over to convoys?
Good.
All right.
I wonder about what it's like in the Emerald City right now, but I haven't been there for a while. I told my
you've been down.
Yeah.
Training.
I told my bosses I was having plastic surgery.
And they probably made really foul comments like, "Oh, you've probably needed that for a while. Definitely some nip tuck and some lipo. Getting a little fat around the edges."
Anyway, that's what I told them so that I could be off work for that long. Because I knew they would approve it. So.
Fair enough.
Vanity is strong with those two.
Yeah. Anyway, so I wonder what it's like. I haven't been back in my apartment in a long time.
Yeah,
It's small, but if we need water, we could try going there.
The amount of water that I'd need to get from your apartment would be ridiculous to support my business. Your water would go crazy.
Well, you're not gonna run the tea shop in dire water circumstances, right?
We will find.
I guess you have mochi to sell.
This is true. I will find a way, and I also have like bullets.
It's been in the news. It's been in the news that there is an issue at the citizens' weather sphere, and it's a technical difficulty. Now, in the past, this kind of thing has happened, where one of the scheduled rain sessions have failed to happen. Maybe part of it has failed to happen. This, of course, has happened now for several days, and it is, for reasons being, scandalous in the idea that Vought can't get her machine back up and running. Of course, it's in the news, and she is pandering to we have technicians and engineers working to resolve the issue, and it will rain soon. Don't worry, Vought is thinking about you. Upon arriving at the hideout garage under the overpass, Mama Bear is not there. But when the little rolling doors do come open, our Cole can be seen in the nearby room with all the tech and equipment and whatnot. And most likely, I don't know, maybe Nova's here. Maybe Nova's at work. So our Cole, let's see, Steel Tiger. Do you have a vehicle? You have a motorcycle, right? You have a
vehicle. Yeah, I have a motorcycle, and also just have like a normal, like I have like a Mitsubishi, like what is it called, Mirage or whatever. Let's see.
Yeah, that's.
Actually, no, I don't. I just have the bike.
You just have a bike. Both of y'all have bikes. So the garage doors roll open, and Steel Tiger and Techno Siren come rolling in on their motor vehicles. Envoy left probably about a day or two ago. He is running an errand for one of his contacts, so he is out. And he has left Randy behind in case you guys need anything. But Randy has spent most of the time disappearing to go do some long hauls to make some extra cash. Because that's what he does. He just automates semi-trucks that are, flying across the states. So he'll pop in. You guys good? You're like, yeah. You're like, all right, bye. And he's gone. That's it. That's your level of Randy support. You have him, if you needed to, you could always text him. I'm sure he'll, pop in. Steel Tiger. Let's say Nova. You are currently in the other room, working with. Let me find my notes. Do. Okay. Mm-hmm. Where's your character sheet at? There it is. Da-da-da-da-da. You do have engineering. So, you have been in the next room over with utilizing your electronics and engineering skills and your skill softs, prepping and checking the bomb itself, doing like diagnostics. You've also been running diagnostics on some of the other devices, as well as Arcole. You've been running diagnostics on this stuff, prepping your weapons, making sure there's no cases on stuff. One of the big things that Convoy was working on, and that you guys also, because both of you have electronics and engineering, right? Arcole and Nova both have this. You guys are building radio poppers, and it's basically a tiny grenade that you can throw. It will either be a putty that sticks to a wall, or it will be a magnet that sticks to a metallic surface, and it will generate a high radio frequency that jams a comm. Because they're not 100% active all the time, they can't be detected, and they can't be shut down or attacked, because that's what makes it more grenade-like. When you throw it, it's going to disrupt actions and activities inside of the Matrix. It's going to disrupt comms, and so it's going to be like a hot surprise moment. Hit that guy, he can no longer call people. He can't jump into the Matrix easily and do stuff because now he has interference. So you guys have been working on basically radio grenades. You've also been working on homemade pipe bombs for the purpose of being able to, in case of emergency explosives, to bring along with you. Because during the preliminary walkthroughs that TechnoSiren has provided, you guys are going to first, once you get up there, pass through Whimsy World, because the day that you guys have set aside that has been pre-designated to be doing the whole filming and everything, Whimsy World is actually going to be shut down, and so your opportunity to sneak everything into the tower undetected is through Whimsy World. You're going to bring it over to the actual elevator base, and then you're going to ride up the main elevator gondola to the first station. And then that's when you get out. That's when you guys are going to be doing the fake walking around, and the drones are going to be buzzing and doing the lights, and you're going to be pretending to do the thing as you go around and start laying down jamming devices, not the radio grenades, that's in case of emergency, but jamming devices that you can then click and turn on when you need to, setting the bomb in the appropriate location, getting all that figured out, and then getting the heck out of Dodge. Once the filming's done, get back in the gondola, go down to the base of the gondola, and then you hit the go button. When you hit that go button, it sets, right now, you guys have determined a 5-minute countdown. Because 10-minute countdown. It's going to take 5 minutes to run from where you're at to where Mama Bear is going to be parked. And then it's going to take less than a minute to just drive off the edge. That's the new plan. Drive off the edge. There might be security. There might be problems. And so you're planning for all sorts of contingencies, such as being trained in magical sword wielding. And stuff like that. So Arcole and Nova, you guys have been building pretty much a bunch of bombs lately, as well as going through with your training. So let me ask Nova, during this downtime of about 2 months, have you done any training or any skilling up?
Yeah, I feel like she's been spending time with Esidon and like getting in her exotic weapons practices in. Definitely doing your classic training, workout, body strengthening, working on some close combat.
Excellent. Were you looking to purchase anything new from him as far as it goes for exotic weapons?
No, she's so old school. She loves her
Excellent.
Aries. She's got her hand blades. She's gotten her blade sharpened. That could be a thing.
I like it. So right now, as the 2 motorbikes are pulling up, we're gonna say you're decasing ammunition.
Okay.
How's that sound?
Sounds
All right,
good.
Arcole, what skill, other than your physical attributes, were you working on during that 2-month period of time?
So
I know that he's dealing a lot with hardware right now, specifically, as far as that goes. But I think, what was it? Summoning. It wouldn't be with Techno, given that this entire time she has been in the sword basement.
Not the entire time, but I also cannot teach you because I'm incompetent.
No, that's fair. That's fair. I forget his name. The Italian sounding name.
Fibonacci.
Fibonacci, as in sequence. Yes. I am going to have to see exactly how much is going to have to go into that. Also, I know that it's not as easy for me to go up and learn magic given, my circumstances, but I'm going to say that our goal during this time, whenever not running diagnostics, is going to be spending as much time with Fibonacci as possible.
Like mastering summoning, or just getting like 1 or 2 points into it?
Oh, just a couple points, just to
What
kind
about
of
Astral?
understand. Given that it would
Being able
probably
to-
help him understand everything that's going on, I'd say yes. But of course,
Okay.
we can look into that a little bit later to see how much he can actually retain given his situation.
It's like those are the skills, and the skills are the ones that you can get boosters from a doctor. You can do the lack of sleep thing. It's learning the spell. You can't. You have to sit down. You have to meditate. You have to have the spell in front of you. It takes time for spells. Which Techno Sirens helped you learn. One,
And that's what I spent my first month of downtime doing, actually, before I left to go train in the sword.
was learning spells. A
Lots of
butt ton of
spells.
spells.
Mhm.
Or a hoop ton of spells.
Many.
So yeah, in this 2-month period of time, the skills, let's see, what options do we have? These are not the skill listings. Those are the archetypes. Yeah, I went too far. Almost. Come on. Keep going backwards. How do I keep messing it? This book is wonderful. That's sarcasm.
Mm-hmm. I caught it.
Bingo. Astral, conjuring, enchanting, sorcery. Those are the 4 skills. I'll repeat: astral, conjuring, enchanting, and sorcery. Those are the 4 skills. Now, a skill rank of 1 is going to take a month. If you do the boosters from a doctor, and as well, the no sleep, which you already do the no sleep pod, you cut the time in half and then half again. So 1 month gets broken down to like a week and a half. So it goes from 1 month to 2 weeks, from 2 weeks to, sorry, I can't do math, 1 week. So it takes you 1 week to learn a rank 1. In 2 months, there are 8 weeks. So if you've got enough karma, you could get rank 1 and all of those skills. And then continue on that same process. Drug-induced no sleep. Sorry, boosters did it again. Booster-induced no sleep. You could pull off 2 more skills at rank 2. Or, no, you could do 2 more skills at rank 2. That's it.
I can only assume that Arcole has probably been locked up in here for about a month of that 2-month period. So that first month, I whatever we end up deciding on that, I think that he would first get the basics done with Astral and then split his time into summoning.
All right, can do. Astral and summoning. I like it. So as the 2 motorbikes come revving into the station, the drone that operates the refrigerator immediately has been messaged ahead of time. pops out two cold ones and rolls over next to like between the bikes, pulls them up, pops them free because like that's what his job is. His job to bring you a beer and make sure it's opened. That's my purpose in life. Open your
Bless
beer.
You're doing the Lord's work.
Wait, where are so we're in the garage, but it's empty? I go, hello? Marco.
I'm gonna say that at this point, yeah, no, I've just been over at the shop completely. I have my own little corner of the garage because that's where I prefer to have my setup. I'm completely sunken in with Gross, just trying to figure out some of these diagnostics to make sure that nothing explodes in our faces. Just not registering. You can hear some like funky techno type music that just embraces the fact that he absolutely has some form of ADHD.
Oh, what are you working on?
Oh,
Hey,
I didn't see you there.
He walks closer. He's like, what are you working on?
He shocks himself out of it. You could have killed us all. Oh, and he finally calms down and goes, "Hey, Esty, it's good to see you. I'm glad that you're doing well.
I could have killed us all.
Well, yes. You see what I'm dealing with right now? I'm terrified of these things.
He's making pipe bombs.
Oh. Ah.
One wrong move.
Okay.
It's going up in here. And I just now started paying rent.
No.
Well, where's Convoy? I'm sure he'd be able to help you with this.
I mean, sure, he left a while ago. I forgot exactly what he dipped out for. Although, honestly, you know, it kind of fits. I don't know. He leaves all the time, but he doesn't have to be here all the time. It's still just so stressed out about the bomb that he's still holding.
What's in your hand? What does that piece do?
Stop.
I'm just curious.
Listen, this is our failsafe for right now. We need to make sure that everything is okay here. I'm not looking to go up in flames just yet.
Same.
I wouldn't recommend it.
But yeah, Convoy's out right now. He says carefully putting down the bomb. He's gone for the moment. I'm sure he'll be back soon. But anyway, Duck and Nova have been great company.
Where?
I don't know. I lost her about a week ago.
Nova's
just in
like
the next
over in yeah, I'm over in the next room and I have my ears turned off because I don't want to listen to his music.
Oh, wait, cool. And I'll like you told me she was in the other room. I'm gonna go find her. And I like Nova, and I like wait. Hello?
I scream.
Do you have a bomb too?
Ah! 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 Hold on, 1 second. And I turn my ears back on.
Do you have a bomb too?
Oh my god. I mean, in a sense. No, I'm shelling casings.
Oh. Weird. Hi.
Hi, when did you get here?
Just now, I hit Steel Tiger with my sword.
Oh my god, I can't believe it. That's incredible. You're getting so good.
Thanks. We're all in the garage. You should come hang out.
He's not playing that music anymore, is he?
We can make that stop.
Okay, I'm coming.
Okay, great.
Totally
what's up?
pictured both of you like twirling your hair while you're like, you're so good. Oh, thank
What?
you.
Oh, just one elf lady to another.
I should also mention that I still look absolutely ragged. Like I have the dark circles under my eyes. I look like our Cole, like
But
in a-
Our Cole, but more beautiful because we're
Yeah.
elves.
yeah. I mean, I still don't look bad. I just look like I haven't
Yeah.
slept in a month.
You're looking a little more human than normal.
Oh,
Ew.
gosh.
Okay. Well,
I know.
Wow.
Everybody's just catching strays out here.
Med
I'm
drone,
gonna
who's attached to Techno Siren, will announce that it is in need of re-upping its doses as it is running low, and so it's going to detach now and go. Since you're at the
Yeah.
garage, it will refill from the ESP machine in the other room.
How does that affect me when it's not attached? Am I still under the effect of the boosters until?
Oh yeah. The boosters are going to last for a while.
Okay.
The drone knows more than enough. It has like a medical skill of 6, so you're riding right now on some good happy stuff.
Okay.
But it's just it detaches. So you imagine a 6-inch by 6-inch piece of metal warmed up against your shoulder, then suddenly it leaves. It's like all warm and sweaty over there now.
Ew. Okay, let's go in the garage.
All right, so you guys get into the garage, start having some beers and whatnot. Our Cole, you were supposed to, you need to do me some of those diagnostic rolls on the engineering and electronic rolls, or the diagnostics on the jammers.
I know that there's an easier role. What were the traits again? Engineering and what?
Electronics.
And that fits underneath the specialty of hardware.
Yes. Excellent. And engineering.
Just straight engineering.
No, you should. It
Or
should have an attached
engineering
stat to
logic.
Logic. Yeah.
5.
Excellent. Everything seems to be running fine as far as it goes for the jammers, the setup, and the testing device from the little radio grenades is letting you know as you've put them in. Like you pop it in, the device runs, and then says test complete. This guy's good, and so that's what you're doing. You're going through them, and it's not really a big deal because you've got like 6 of these like little tossing grenades ready to rock and roll. But the objective was to have some more. 2 of the grenades aren't functioning. They don't seem to be responding. They're set up the exact same way, and so when you run the diagnostics on them, they pop and fail again, saying that they just didn't do what they were supposed to do for the diagnostic. You've tried it in different ports on the testing device, and nothing has changed the situation. These two grenades are either duds, or you're missing something about the setup.
Can I do not an extended roll, but can I go back through and get some more assistance from Gross, since I'm sure that we're kind of working on simultaneous things?
Yes, you can.
And he gives me what, flat 2?
He's gonna just buy 2.
Okay, just buy 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2.
hardware and electronics aren't his specialty. He would buy 3 if it was hacking.
Fair. And I can just give it another hardware roll?
Yes. You run back through, take everything apart, put them all back together the right way, even replace a few of the pieces, pop it in, and these 2 guys once again fail. Again, you've got 6 complete, but these 2 just seem to be giving some issue.
I guess I would just talk to Gross. Can you troubleshoot this for me, or is there anything that we can do? We need these.
He says in a very passive aggressive way, I don't know, why don't you call Convoy?
Convoy isn't around right now. Also, could you please lose the Tude?
He's like, I'm sure we can figure it out, but it's just not working. We probably just need to stop using them and get new ones, or just not worry about having those too.
But we kind of need them for our operation. I really need you to take this seriously. We've been working for a month on these. We can't just say that these 2 are duds. We can fix this.
He will say in response, goes, I've already run the numbers, and I don't feel that these 2 extra are worth our time and effort that we're putting so much into it. Besides, it was Convoy's decision to have 8, not 6. I think you and him should figure this out. I think I'm done.
What do
He'll
you
get
mean
up
not
at this
done?
point in time
Pokemon
and
badges.
walk away. What was that?
No,
It's like he
Pokemon
does
badge.
not have enough Pokemon badges.
I mean, fine. Listen, I can do this by myself. It's fine. And he gets back to working on it. Of course, all of this is functionally in AR. He's still just got the group around him since they all moved back out to the garage. Or
Functionally, Grouse's comments are definitely coming through the comms, but you're in meat space talking to Grouse from meat space. All right, make that hardware roll again.
too many windows.
7. You are able to succeed this time in getting those last 2 up and running. Whatever was going on, you repieced all the pieces together. When you did Grouse's steps of downloading the firmware, they came out successful.
Fair.
Resident, you've been at this quite a bit. And the 1 minute he walks away, everything goes back to functioning normal. And he's had this chip on his shoulder.
Arcola is going to leave it alone for now. He's going to. He definitely needs some time away from Gross. He's gonna. Is there a way to not like fully de-link, but I don't want him screwing up anything else.
Since he is a program, let's just be honest here, since he is technically a program inside of your internal comm, you can move that program to wherever you want. How you feel about what you do when you do that is a choice that you get to make. But for the most part, it is like sliding a really large file from your hard drive to a flash drive.
I want to ask him first. I want to somehow flag him down and get his attention, since he's functionally walked away. Is he still reachable?
Yeah, sure. We'll say he's probably still within like the Matrix sphere of influence that you're in, but he's moved into another room.
Okay, then I'm either snatching him out of it or I'm coming to him and saying, was that on purpose? Is this you know how to do something like this, especially if I just did it on my first try? I don't. What's going on? Are you trying to get this operation done?
I'm doing what I can, the best I can. The instructions that were provided weren't the best, and yes, I want to get this done.
But you know exactly how to do it. I did it the way that you would do it, and it snapped in. It worked seamlessly.
Well, maybe I shouldn't be doing it. Maybe you should go get help from one of your friends.
You know why.
By the way, you guys heard that part too, so it's not that they're like two couples in the next room. They're having an argument.
An argument so big enough for two couples.
Two couples. There we go. A couple in the next. Yeah, they're like a couple arguing. It's in stereo.
Gross, I think you know why that's not an option. Listen. We have one person who is working off of Windows XP. We have another who is huge into magic, not exactly our territory, and of course still Tiger. Great. I don't think that he's going to help us out a lot here, and obviously Convoy's gone. I would ask Convoy to give us some help, but he's not here right now.
Well, looks like you're doing just fine without me. You got it fixed. Why do you need me anyways? Why are you still playing with your kid toy?
Arcole is going to immediately is going to lock him away. I don't know what he needs to be in, but okay, he's I think it would be no. I'm just shoving him in one for now. He needs to get checked.
All right. So that happens. Arcole comes out, picks up one of the comms, the spare comms for the mission, and then hits a couple of buttons, and you watch, those who can see, Grouse gets downloaded into the other comm, which immediately then shuts off.
Did you just ground him, essentially?
He needed a second. And you see it, Arcole's face still just beat red.
Are you doing okay?
Yeah, no, I'm doing fine. We have a job to do. Let's not get too hung up on it. I'll once we're done here, I'll talk to him. I don't know how I feel about having him out right now. He'll be fine.
Something fixable? Is there like a software update that you can do? Switch a 0 and a 1 around or something?
I want to be fixed.
I don't want to have to do. I don't want to do that. at all, because then that's not him anymore. But I need to talk to him. I know he's gonna be mad about being in there, obviously, as anyone would. But I can't have him out right now. He'll be fine. He'll be fine in there.
So what is the next step?
Well, we have our bombs now.
Bombs are good. You generally need them to blow things up.
That was the other thing you guys have been building, the little poppers, little door poppers, in case you guys run across a door. So you've been making like not only these radio grenades, but door poppers, pipe bombs, and then prepping the other gear, such radio jammers, and you've got all the drones set up with their disguising equipment. So I mean, it's a lot of stuff.
I don't know exactly the engineering time for some of this, but I would say, given that it's been about a month straight of working through it with both me and Nova, I'd say that we would probably leave some of the more technical stuff for last. I'd assume that would be the putty, the like putty jammer stuff.
Sounds right to me.
Yes.
So
you guys are very close to being done. The time is getting closer. We're going to assume that you guys have a set schedule and you're on track. There's no reason to think otherwise. But we're going to continue this after we come back from our break. We're supposed to be on a break like 10 minutes ago, but people were having a fight. You know, we just had to kind of get past that. Somebody got grounded. So anyways, commercial. Commercial.
Can I just ask, what does a summoning tea kettle look like?
Oh, a summoning tea kettle. It looks. It is made out of cast iron that has been painted ritually with symbols in blood, obviously, that are then coated
Obviously.
and shellacked over so that they don't flake off. That way it can last for centuries. And we use a nice clear coat though, so you can see them quite nice, quite clear. We mix in with the blood. We mix in the iridescent paint, so it gives us a nice little beautiful shimmer, especially as it heats up. And as you heat it up, that's where the magic happens, because that is when all of the symbols start to glow and get bright and beautiful. And as the tea kettle whistles, that is the summoning ritual complete.
If you have an interest in using the summoning tea kettle, or taking part in any of the other worlds in our games, you don't have to have experience. Just join our Discord, and the GMs will work with you and help you find a game you enjoy. The link is in the chat.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
Hey. Howdy, folks. Welcome back to Original Box Sets and Alternis and Green and... Alright, we're gonna pause. Wave again. Words. Welcome back.
Let me just roll the intro again.
Oh, okay.
Don't even. Let's just keep going. We'll fix it in post.
I won't.
So if you put hashtag RemPC into the chat, you've got a chance to win this really cool stickers. And what else?
If you RemPC right now, then you're going to enter in for a chance to win a Sarna prize bundle, including stickers, patches, and a hoodie. So drop a RemPC down in the chat, and you may just win, but someone has already subbed tonight, so you got some competition.
Yeah, subs get a lot of points. Also, you can give us nerps and bits and stuff like that as we're about to head into some more of the heavier dice rolling part of tonight. So, yeah, players might need that stuff.
Don't say it like that.
What are we doing?
Yikes.
You're scaring me.
Oh. It'll be okay.
With a table of bombs in front of us as we crack open a beer. You're gonna need it.
No other way.
Yeah, maybe we
All right.
shouldn't start drinking right next to the explosives.
Where should
Don't
we
drink.
put them?
I live in.
Definitely don't light a cigarette near a bunch of explosives.
Yeah,
I'm in the
you're right.
Carolinas. You exclusively drink whenever there's fireworks around.
I have a video of people drinking near fireworks. It turned into an explosion. It's from the 4th of July, like 2 or 3 years ago. Car went up. Woman was seen running away from it, carrying 2 children at one time. It's great stuff. Very American right there.
Where I'm at, they just start shooting. I mean, in the air, not at each other. I mean, or anybody. It's just Florida things.
Florida. So at work, as I was going in, since we're talking about Florida, Yellow Jackets decided to build a nest by the door. And as I was leaving, one of them had landed on the door or whatever, but it came after me and stuck me in my hand. And I smacked the crap out of it. And as I'm getting away from the door, the person that's with me, she's like, "Oh no, Yellow Jackets." And I'm just like, "Yeah," and they're coming right at me. So I'm smacking them out of the air and then making them hit the ground and step on them, like smacking them out of the air. And she's like, "Well, you're hitting them. They're going to sting you again." I'm like, "It is not a big deal." Later in the day, when I came back through the area, they recognized me. They were like, "I see you. I'm going to get that one with my butt knife." They came at me and I'm punching them and smacking them. And my coworkers are like, "What is wrong with you?" I was like, "This is just how you deal with Yellow Jackets in Florida. What do you expect?"
Them with your fists. What?
Well, to be fair,
once-
Yellow Jackets are kind of slow. You just
Yeah, I once
grab
stick
them
out the whole nest
midair,
with
throw
birdshot.
them to the ground, and then step on them. What, you guys don't do that?
No.
No,
Max,
I
what do you
should
think is the last time I went outside?
Chris, help me out here. You're a Florida man. Help me out here.
No, but I shoot them.
That's the most Florida thing I've ever heard. Shoot those Yellow Jackets.
There's a-
With fire.
Hey, we have guns. Okay. Oh. Okay, my pool is okay. Close. I got 10. Oh, and I have edge. Okay.
Sorry, my Yellow Jackets also do have edge.
Okay. I was like, I'll use 4 edge or whatever. I'll pop all these on the.
Oh my goodness. Oh.
Sorry. I'll let you get back to GM Max.
Yeah.
That was great. That was...
We found a nest in the corner of the garage and Steel Tiger shot it.
Promise, we're not drunk tonight. I mean, I am. I don't know about the rest of them.
What?
Dude, I'm high on life.
Yes, on life.
On life. So, after Arcole shoves Grouse into the phone and grounds him, Arcole, you're not feeling so hot. It feels very stuffy. Feels very, at this moment in time, you're feeling things, not necessarily emotionally, but like physical changes in your body. Like it's stuffy, you're hot.
Hey, can I get our medbot over here?
Yeah.
I don't feel all that hot right now.
All right. Drone hovers over, attaches to your. I'm assuming you've got a jacket on or something.
Usually.
Attaches to one of the lookup points on the jacket and begins reading your bio, and it's saying that you are overheated and or sorry, your body temperature is slightly risen, but your cortisol levels are just like all over the place, and hey, you're not okay. You need to like calm down and stuff like that. And so it's starting to suggest things like slow your breathing, walk around in a circle, get out to where there's some airflow.
And it's making these recommendations out loud.
Yes.
Okay. I think I'm gonna go take a little walk and maybe I'll go out and see if Duck's around or something. I'll be right back.
Are you doing okay? Do you need help?
But I'll be all right. It's okay. I'm just not. It's just a lot. I'll be back.
Okay.
Alrighty.
And he's gonna walk out, Medbot still attached, and just pick a direction and walk for a bit.
Sure.
Should we be worried? I look at Steel Tiger. Should we be worried?
Whether or not we should is irrelevant. I know that I am.
Okay.
We
I wanna
probably
make sure.
shouldn't be worried, but I know that I am. But there's not much we can do. It might be best for him to have the space for himself. And to be honest, I have no idea how to deal with an unruly child, let alone a unruly AI companion.
Did you leave the flash drive or whatever in the garage with us?
Yeah. No, I just the comm is just sitting down on the table.
Okay. I don't want to touch it. I don't know anything about technology, but I look at it very warily and I say, do you think he can hear us in there?
You can physically see that he has turned it off.
It's off, so nothing, no audio, no visual, no information should be going in there. He's effectively in hibernation, I'd assume.
What do you think it's like in there for him?
Probably like going to sleep, right? If the machine is not on.
Yeah. Yeah.
The only thing that
Or
most
it could be
comms
like a
have
prison.
is all comms do have a battery that is running in the background to keep the data sustained. So you don't have an understanding of the perception, if he has a perception of his situation, what it's like, but it's not completely dead. It's just the battery keeping the data in perpetuity.
What if it's like a white room in there?
Yeah. Did you ever really get to talk to him? That Grouse character was kind of scary, I'm not gonna lie.
I don't think I've ever actually had a conversation with Grouse, no.
It got a little unhinged a while ago. Anyway,
Oh, is he a danger?
I really think so. I really actually think he's also a danger to Arcole. And I know that this is really hard for him, but probably a good idea. I look to make sure he's not coming back right now.
That part doesn't matter. What matters is this a private conversation that you've established? Strictly, is this a private conversation that you guys have established on
Or
on the pan?
I don't think we're using comms. We're like right in front of each other.
Yeah, we're
Like,
talking with our mouths.
I mean,
Like,
even
what?
then, I still receive all audio, visual. Like I can.
Gotcha.
If you're still in my pan, I can still see that.
Do I know that already?
Yeah.
I would know that.
We had a whole privacy conversation.
Oh, that's right, when you were watching me in the club. Yeah. So then, but do I know how to do that? That feels like tech stuff.
Turn it off.
You
Oh,
can just disconnect from the pan.
No, because
blow
you've
that
already
forward.
got into the phone. You already have access to the phone when it's outside the pan. Turn it off. You have to turn
Okay.
off your comm. Steel Tiger would have to turn off his comm, and that would near effectively make it to where
we're talking about you. Beep.
That would
yeah, I mean,
immediately
you
tell
just
me.
left. You're kind of upset.
Yeah.
Suddenly, both their comms go off. Oh, they're talking about me.
I actually, I actually wonder if I would. Well, I'm still feeling okay. Am I still okay? He took the med bot. How
Yeah,
long?
you
How
feel
much longer
the
am I
med
going to be
bot's-
okay?
Probably about a good 30 minutes to an hour worth of time. Easily.
Okay. Anyway.
And if you run out of situations, there's one of those sleep chambers here. You can just crawl in, hit the button, get 15 minutes, and you're good to go for a while. The sleep chamber is also like a med bot.
Okay.
Or med drone.
Okay.
Oh, so do you think we should just like chuck the phone into the river or something? Is that where you're getting at?
No. Well, actually, I don't think that would be a good idea. I think that would probably that would make Arcole really mad.
Yeah.
I think he has to make that decision for himself.
Yeah. But it could be like Mount Doom, like remember?
What?
Yeah, the ring. You remember that old story?
Oh, that's a really old story.
Yeah.
I think
Maybe Gross is like Gollum inside or whatnot. And then maybe the best course of action is just to toss him into Mountain Doom for Frodo or Arcole in this instance. You can be his Sam.
Wait, you. I want to be the pretty elf boy. What?
Yeah. Legolas? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I always thought he was overrated. Gimli was by far the superior warrior.
Okay, but do I look like a Gimli to you?
You don't look like a Legolas.
I just haven't slept in a month.
You're still. Oh, and he realizes his mix up. Not to say that you're not pretty. I'm just saying that you're also not a man.
plus. I like Grossum too. Anyway.
Technoless.
Is he gonna come back? Or are we just like
No, no,
squatting?
Did you
at this
turn your
point-
comms off?
Yes, we turned our comms off, right?
Should we turn back
Okay,
on
did
now?
you turn the comms back on?
You do it first, and then I'll do it, and that way it doesn't seem like we both did it at
Yeah.
the same time.
Yeah, that.
All right, the
Just
comms
photo.
come back on, and the first thing you notice is the medical drone is saying that is in a distress mode. It has been damaged and is in need of assistance. You also notice that our Cole's comm is nearby the med drone. No, I'm sorry.
Good.
You don't notice our Cole's comm near the med drone.
That's really not good. Can I
I'm
go
gonna
into
pick
the
up Gross
astral?
phone.
You can, but you're not going to be able to see the drone
No, I'm looking
unless
for Arkle.
something. Oh, yes, you can. You can go in, and since you know Arkle, you can immediately go to where he's at.
Where is he?
He's in the back of a van. There are two humans in there with him, and he does not seem to be okay. You're not sure of
Oh.
the exact van shape, size, but they seem to be picking up speed and moving.
I pop back into my body, which looks. I'm like, whoa. We have to go. He's super not okay. People took him. What? We gotta get on our bikes and go.
Understood. And he's already on the way to his bike.
Yeah.
All right.
What do you have the coordinates on hand? Did
I
you
could
put like a
probably
tracker?
guide us there, right?
Ooh.
That's going to require an astral roll to do. You'll be using your
Right.
astral perception to track him down.
So I should
Okay,
probably
so
ride
here.
on the back of your bike instead of on my own.
Yeah. Here.
Driving
He's
and
gonna start
astral
looking
perceiving at
around.
the same time is a bad idea.
Yeah. He's going to like look around the workshop to find a couple belts or something to like strap her to me while she's.
That's a good idea. Yeah.
Yeah.
I get a little sleepy.
Yeah. While she's doing this, and then
Okay.
Okay.
off we
And
go.
you want me to roll astral to see how well I can follow him, or?
Mm-hmm. I'm looking for at least 3. 3 will allow you to follow. 4 will allow you to catch up. And 5 will allow you to definitively catch up in a short period of time.
Come on, dice.
All right, this is some of those dice rolls. 2, it is not going okay at this point in time. As you begin writing and astral perceiving, you're able to find the med drone as you guys are driving, but not with the assistance of Techno Siren perceiving in any kind of way. Trying to astral perceive where he's gone to is difficult. Something is either delvant with the vehicle or the location which it's gone to, but you are not picking him up. You are at the point where you see the drone. The drone looks like someone took a baseball bat to it. It is not okay. And
no.
the astral signature in this area shows Arkol was here, as well as 4 other dudes. Steel Tiger, you can make a perception. I say dudes, it could have been a dudette, but definitely there's some astral footwork going on.
Perception 1.
This was not a stealth van at this point in time. Maybe the beer is having an effect. You're not too sure, but you're not picking up any extra information from that dice roll about the situation. You see the drone, it's damaged. You don't really see any clues. There's a street with intersections going here and there, and without her having a more definitive understanding, you have nothing really to go with. You have to like find something else to find him by.
I might hang on. Give me just a minute. I think maybe I can use one of my new spells in a creative way.
Okay.
Can I ask you a couple more questions about what I would have noticed about Arcole when I perceived him the first time? Like,
Yes.
what was his state? Like, I know he was like tied up and in the back of a van, but was he like unconscious? Was he scared?
Oh, he was not tied up. His hands looked like they
Oh.
were in front of him.
Okay.
But he was in a state of shock or stun. Somehow he had become stunned. So his heart rate was a little high. His breathing was a little shallow.
Okay.
His cyberware was offline. I don't know. You wouldn't be able to see that. So
No.
but yeah.
Okay. So sorry. Give me just a moment. It's brand new. I gotta get to the page. Okay. Wow. Sorry, everybody. I'm gonna scroll through.
No,
We're
you're
gonna spend
fine.
the rest
You're
of this
great.
whole game scrolling through the.
No, you'll find it.
I know. Oh, good. Now we're in the spot that I can't. There you go. Okay. Now I'm close. I want to use Mind Link,
Huh?
but I think he might have to be. No, he is conscious.
Yeah,
No,
he's
not.
just stunned.
He's just stunned. Okay.
Yeah. Somebody hit him with a stun rod.
Uh-huh. Okay. And another question. So I wasn't able to astrally follow him on the bike, but like, could I still, in theory, go to him and be like in proximity? Like, I could have my physical time, like how I become physical when I
Manifest.
Actually... Thank you.
Yeah, you could go there, manifest for the 3 rounds that you have possible.
If I need to.
But you're right now, astral perception is you're peeking out of your body, and you're still in contact with your meat space self. That's what you've been trying to do. Now, if you go full projection, then you can go to him, but you can't talk back to Steel Tiger.
Right.
You can just go to him, and then there's no necessary in between, because you're going out of your body and then using like the astral whatever and going zip to wherever he is. There's no travel time. There's no memorization of the path in between where you're at. You just zip over to his location, and then you could materialize next to him. And doing so would allow you to then look around and get some clues of where he's gone to.
Okay. Because I have to touch him to get Mind Link. And so, and he's in a van surrounded by other people. And I get 3 rounds, you said, while I'm there?
Good news is Mind Leak is mana-based, so you can cast it from the astral. You do not have to manifest to cast it on him.
Oh, that's excellent.
So if you notice under the type, it says M.
Yeah, it does.
That means it can be cast from the astral.
Oh, I love that about that. But you said I would have to manifest in order to like get clues.
Yes, because if you look from the astral, you're only going to see the clues that are astral. By manifesting, you'll be able to look around and see what you would as if you were in the real world. So you could go to him and manifest inside the van, or go to him and get out of the van, then manifest. You cannot manifest and then go out the van. You're a physical object for that short period of time.
I think I might have a new plan. This might be a lot that I'm just gonna do. Hang on, I gotta.
Steel Tiger, do you have any thoughts on how you might want to move forward?
Yeah.
I would be moving forward very quickly towards the direction I hope Arcole is going. Is there any way, like, if we're in the same pan, like, I'm assuming I could just do like a ping, like look at like everybody's location or something like that?
Yes, you can do that.
I'll do that. Yeah, I'll just do that. And then I will follow that. And then
it's an electronics roll.
Ooh.
And you have a -4 because he's underground.
Good. Ooh. You said electronics.
Yes.
Yeah, about that. I don't have that skill.
Then you can't
Yeah,
do it. But you know your PMax can. But she's only going to have 4 dice to work with it because that's not one of her primary skills. So she's got 4
Fantastic.
dice she can throw.
So again, it is -4 dice.
She's got 8 in total, and so she's going to lose
gotcha.
4 of her 8.
Okay. I was like, that's just 0 with extra steps.
That's 0 with it. Well, that's actually 0 with extra
Yeah.
steps.
Yeah.
She tries and she gets nothing. All right. Dawn cannot assist. Dawn is medical, so
Yeah.
it's up to you, Techno Siren, to find our coal.
Okay. Here's the plan. I am going to astrally project myself to be where our coal is.
You're there.
I'm there.
Yes.
I'm picturing it's like a box van, and they're like sitting in rows, like in front of and behind me, and then there's like some dude like driving the truck. Am I on?
Yes.
Okay. So I am gonna, while I'm still in the astral, I'm gonna reach out and put my hand on Arkol's face to cast Mind Link, so that he will. Hopefully, we're gonna see what's gonna happen.
need
But
at
anyway,
least
now I
one
can talk
hit.
to him. What's that?
Mm-hmm. You need 1 hit.
I have to roll, right?
You do. Sorcery magic test, 1 hit at least.
I can do that. Watch me with my sword. Yeah.
Yes.
Watch me. Hey. Okay. So now that's also good because we can talk and they can't hear us, right?
That's
Over
correct.
the technology. First, before I do anything else, I'm gonna try to reach out and be like, Arkol, can you hear me?
Can I hear her,
Yeah,
God?
you can hear.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you, Techno.
We're gonna get you out of this. What? Well, I'll ask you later. You just hang tight right there. We're gonna be able to talk. You say anything you need to me. I can hear you. But I'm gonna do something a little bit risky. Okay?
Okay, I think I'm gonna cool off right here then.
That's good. You just relax. And at that point, when I say relax, I am going to physically manifest in the middle of this van.
Oh.
And I'm going to give him a physical pat on the head so that he knows that I'm here. And I am going to cast Chaos.
Okay.
So I want to do this so that I can confuse the drivers and the people that are with him so they don't remember what they're doing anymore. And while I'm doing that, so that they're not trying to like hurt us, I'm going to look around for clues so that I can find our way here. Okay.
Okay. So Chaos is going to be a magic sorcery roll.
Yeah.
And then they...
I should roll Drain for Mind Link really quick.
Yes.
Did I do that?
4 is good, because I think
Is
it
it-
was a 3.
I think so. It's new though, so I don't...
Yeah, it is
okay.
a 3.
Okay. So I'm good on that one. Okay, so then for Chaos. There you are. Line of sight is physical, which is why I had to manifest. I am going... Okay, so when Chaos starts, it really just targets one person. But I'm going to use the increase area effect to get all of them. So that increases the drain by 1. So it makes it 5 instead of 4.
Yes.
So, and then I'm going to roll sorcery plus magic, but you have to roll a resistance of willpower
For each
and
one of
logic.
them. Yep.
Yeah. Great. Here we go. Sorcery and magic.
Let me get the stats out on these mouth breathers. mouth breathers real quick. Ooh, 5. It's probably going to be hard for them.
Yeah, it is. I probably shouldn't have said that as confidently and watched them like.
No, listen, that is a bad. That is a crazy moment right there. Just
They got 4 to work with. 5 total to work with. All right. Number 1, 2, 3, and 4. The highest got 3 successes. Reading through what it says for chaos, the target gains a confusion status equal to the number of net hits. So you did 5. I take away their defense, and that's their negatives for. Oh man. Chaos is a sustained spell. So that means it immediately, unless you have the ability to sustain 2 spells, boots your mind link.
I have a focus.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
All right, so
That's
they
why-
have now -4 to -2 as far as it goes for all their tests. Targets experience a dice pool penalty equal to that number on all tests besides damage resistance. It has the same effect on cameras, microphones, and other forms of technology, so even phones are messing up. And you've increased the area, so it's getting everybody. By the way, 2 meters definitely would have taken the van, but you increased the area to what now?
No, the area
next
effect
to- so-
starts with a 2-meter radius. Because it
And
says
so
the
now
base
it's at-
spell. Yeah.
We're at 4 meters, which is 4-meter radius in each direction. That's 12 feet, 24 feet. So that's
No, I think it's
fireball
just 2.
size.
It's just 2 because it's just it says that it only affects an individual, but if I use the increase area effect, it makes it an area spell starting with a 2-meter radius. And I only increased it 1 time.
Oh, I see. You
So
are
it's-
correct.
Yeah, it's really just the 2 meters.
Boom! It goes off. Going down the list, the driver was the first one, and then the 3 thugs in the back are all the rest. So the driver's at a -2. Is definitely confused at this point in time. He is trying to keep the vehicle under control as magic is happening. You are in the back of a white utility van that has most of its stuff stripped out of it. It definitely had shelves and stuff in here, but they have been removed. There's lots of scars. There are no windows actually left in this van. They've all been smashed out and replaced with like plywood and sheets of metal. The front windshield has been replaced by sewer steel grating that's been tack welded up there. So from the inside, this van definitely looks like it's a little bit of a beast and should stand out on any given street corner. But the one thing you do notice, since you are now here in the astral, you are underground. There is an ambient astral aura surrounding everything. You've been in tunnels before, and so you know that this van has gone underground. You've gone down to the lower levels, hell levels, whatever you want to call it, but this van has gone down and driven into some of these tunnels. After casting Confusion and Mind Link, is there anything else you want to do before we take our next break?
Can I kick the back of the door of the van open?
Ooh, that's a strength test unless you have something else that allows you
My
to like chop through stuff.
Sword? Like I could.
It goes
sword-
with
well,
you in Astral.
Hang on. Am I gonna cast another? Wait, let me roll the drain for this spell because I also bumped it up. I have to make 5, 6.
You
6.
do.
I have to make 6. Okay, go.
You have to pull the Qui-Gon Jinn.
All right, you got
Oops.
2 stun. That's not a penalty of any type, but you've gotten 2.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to? Did you say you wanted to manifest your sword and pop a hole in this sucker?
If I can, yeah, that'll be like
This
and
will be
then
the
I think
last
I probably
action
gotta-
you can do,
Yeah, that's
or
what I'm
you
gonna
have to
do.
go back to your body.
Okay, so you want me to roll with my sword? Can I, oh good and gracious and generous game runner, could I continue to use my sorcery as my ability with my sword in combat?
No.
Okay. I had to ask.
The good news is the van doesn't have any defenses against your weapon. It
Okay.
can't roll. So everything you roll is against the armor rating of the van. That's it. You
Defenseless
want to roll
against-
as high as possible. You want to
that-
throw as many extra dice into that as possible.
How
4
do
is
I
a really
throw-
good number. The damage of the sword is 3 plus 2 is 5. So we're looking at 9 points of damage. Can you maybe swap over something from a 4 to a 5? Or maybe some people give you some edge points to make that roll over and re-roll some dice?
I only have 1 edge remaining.
Oh, so somebody's going to
I
have to
will
give
give
you
you
an
some
edge.
edge.
Oh,
It's 2 edge to give her 1 edge, correct?
that is correct.
Okay. And then I
Boom,
can reroll my
done.
4s. Man, I gotta really do something about that edge.
Steel,
All right.
I'm going to need to know how you give her that edge. I need you to go through it. Just for me.
Oh, like I could just, I somehow just feel her twitching while she's
I do. I talk
ragdolling.
in my sleep. Like I did that to
Yeah.
you too, Arkole. I was sleeping. I think you probably hear me go, "Oh, underground." Gonna
It's
slice
the
it.
exact situation.
And then so as I'm driving, I'm just like, remember to stay calm, like calm people live, panic people die, and then like.
Nice. I like it a lot. So we go from a 4 to a 6 number of hits. The weapons is 5, so we're going to look at 11 damage to the vehicle itself. So now it gets to roll its body. That's all it's got to work with. So let's go back to its body. And I was wrong. You appeared, you cast confusion, striking the door. You still have 1 more round, and we can do that after the break. But I just want to see what the body of the van is. And it says tiny numbers. Here we go. The body of the van is 11. So I get to roll 11 dice against the 11 damage you just did. We will find out how that turns out after the break. See you guys in some period of time, around 5 minutes.
We'll be right back.
Can I just ask, what does a summoning tea kettle look like?
Oh, a summoning tea kettle. It is made out of cast iron that has been painted ritually with symbols in blood, obviously, that are then coated
Obviously.
and shellacked over so that they don't flake off, that way it can last for centuries. And we use a nice clear coat though, so you can see them quite nice, quite clear. We mix in with the blood, we mix in the iridescent paint, so it gives us a nice little beautiful shimmer, especially as it heats up. And as you heat it up, that's where the magic happens, because that is when all of the symbols start to glow and get bright and beautiful. And as the tea kettle whistles, that is the summoning ritual complete.
If you have an interest in using the summoning tea kettle, or taking part in any of the other worlds in our games, you don't have to have experience. Just join our Discord, and the GMs will work with you and help you find a game you enjoy. The link is in the chat.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
Hey! Welcome back, everybody. This is the last leg of the show. Thank you for sticking around with us. I know it's been an exciting, kind of interesting story. Let's see where our Cole is and what's about to happen. In this later period in the Shadowrun universe,
Max, I'm sorry. I didn't tell you. This is your last chance to drop a REM PC in the chat.
Right.
In order to possibly win the Sarna prize bundle that includes stickers, patches, and a hoodie. And we will be running that here in just a few, right after we end the show. All right.
Well, right
Sorry,
before we
I
end the
got
show.
kinda
If
derailed.
we're not going to do this after we end the show. That's not happening. After we end the show, nobody wins. What was I saying? Right. In this future version, in this version of Shadowrun, manifestation allows a spellcaster to enter the physical world for a short, brief period of time, and it allows them to interact with the physical world while not being attached to their body. It can be an exciting time. It can also be terrifying because spellcasters can die this way, but also they can kill people this way. It's really just like dousing yourself in gasoline and going to play with some fire elementals and thinking you can win. You can. Anywho, our spellcaster has done it again, and she manifested inside of this van, cast a spell of chaos, disorientating people, and then she's using her magical blade to try to bust open the back door. It did 11 points of damage. The modified van has a body of 11. It has no armor value, so it's got no automatic soaks. And I need her to do at least 3 points of damage to damage the door enough to cause it to open. So if I get 6, let's see, if I get 8 or less, she's pretty good here. She's popped the door open, so she's got a high chance. But then the dice could be completely against her. Now, if the audience were to give me some nerfs right about now, I could throw those extras in to this. Yeah, it would be great about right about now. But too late, I rolled. 6 successes out of 11. That's 5 points. Almost 2 actual boxes of damage enough. Beyond, so it's an excessive amount. The doors do burst open upon thrusting the magical sword through the locking mechanism. And now they're swinging open. So you have one more round, Techno Siren. What would you like to do?
This whole time. Wow. What was I saying just now? You don't even know. That I was saying to you, I was asking you what the dudes are doing. Like, what are the dudes and dudettes that are under confusion? Like, are they just like staring slack-jawed? Are they like freaking out? What's happening?
Most of them are orcs, and one of them is a troll. The orcs are definitely in surprise. They have cyberware as well as cyber limbs, but the cyberware they have is not that fantastic. They also have some weird scroll imagings of tattoos and symbolisms, gang-like symbolisms on their outfits. You're not sure. Gang territory is something that's way beneath, like way out of your field of knowledge. One of the orcs who has an older mechanical-looking cyber limb is trying to reach out and grab you. The troll, on the other hand, is grabbing his head and screaming a lot. Because, I mean, he's got a -3. That's a lot of pain and confusion, weirdness in his little brain. And then the last 2 orcs, the ones driving and the final one, we'll say they're pulling out a gun to shoot you.
Confused.
Yeah.
I guess they're
still. He's got like a -2.
Okay.
So
I
I mean,
what's happening. I thought that was gonna give me more control over the people that I casted it on. That's okay though. That's okay. I just don't want to cast another spell. What would it cost? We're moving pretty fast still. How fast are we moving? Now that the doors are open.
Maybe about 30, 40 miles an hour.
Can I grab our coal and jump?
You can. It would be an athletics test, but at the end of this round, you are no longer in existence here. You are back on the motorcycle. So
Can I
he's
just,
somewhere else in the streets.
I know, but I don't want him to be with these dudes. I mean, what would Steel Tiger do? What would Steel? This is in the instant that this is taking place. Techno in her head is like, what would Steel Tiger? Steel Tiger would shoot something. So
This is correct.
But like I do kind of shoot things. I can cast a stun bolt or something, right?
Yeah.
Is that what I want to do? Oh my god.
No pressure.
What
I
impact
know, right?
what impact does me having stun have on me making, just regular hacking rolls?
Oh, your stun boxes are completely full.
Oh,
You've
so I'm tapped out.
I think, let's see what you have.
How can I fix that? Can I fix that instead?
Heal spells will remove that.
Yeah. If I heal him, he'll be better and he can at least function.
Yes.
That's what I'm
I
gonna
don't know
do.
why I'm not bringing up your character sheet.
I have.
Oh, the site is unreachable. Gosh darn, you rolled 20. What's your stun? How many stun box do you have, Arcole?
Like total?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Aim for the bushes. What do the bushes do?
We're on an underground road. I don't know if there's any bush. Sadly. Also, my body is so frail that even if I landed in a bush, I may not make it.
And that'd kill you too.
Yeah. Well, I won't do that.
A couple of sessions back, somebody gave him a gun and he shot 2 of the players.
That did happen.
Yeah, and one of them was Techno Siren's character. Shot her in the neck.
I did okay. I nearly shot her in the neck, and then the gun flew out of my hand.
No, you put a
fair.
gash in her
Yeah, no, there
neck.
was
She
a
was
wound.
bleeding. The drone had to go over there and apply like
We all
stuff.
met.
Oh, that's fair. That's fair. Also, the one in here is a little bit confusing, but I think it's 4. Is 4 sound correct?
No.
Okay.
What, stun?
Yeah, 4 stun boxes. Not too low.
Yeah, it's definitely
Yeah.
too low. It is related to your willpower. It's like half your willpower plus 8.
Does that round up or down?
Up, and it says you have 12.
Yeah. Okay.
That's
Okay. So
definitely wrong.
yes, it would. No, I'm a willpower
How
of
in
7
the hell do you have a willpower of 7?
because I am human looking.
I get that. So 11 makes sense. Round up 12. Okay, you've taken 12. Man, when they snuck up on you, that pow, and you didn't fall down. They're like pow, 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 pow,
pow. Okay. I have heal. And so I can roll and heal you a box of stun for every hit that I do. Am I allowed
Yes.
to increase this one? No, I think it's just combat. I think it's just
It's
combat.
just combat, and you don't have access to your reagents.
Yeah. Okay.
So
Okay.
sorcery
That's
plus
okay.
magic,
Mm-hmm. That's
5
okay.
minus his essence.
Can I use my sword bonus?
You will. because it's a casting.
Great.
And his essence is
Wait, what do I need his essence for?
5 minus his essence is the number you have to roll over to do a box.
Right. It's a lot.
No, actually, it's a little because he's not like Steel Tiger.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It says 6, so you don't have any cyberware?
No, that shouldn't be the case. I just don't think that is something that that was hit.
You have
whenever-
cerebral boosters.
Yeah.
Oh, right. So he's actually 5. So 5 minus 5.
Yeah, so no minuses.
That
It's
just
0
means
with
that
extra
every
steps.
hit that I make.
Yep, that's what it
is 0
translates
with
into.
Extra steps. Here we go. Healing. Woo! I healed half of your stun.
Fantastic. Now you got to roll against the drain,
The drain,
which
right.
is 3.
I can do that. Watch. Oh,
So you are no longer stunned and incapable of action. You are now capable of action, but everything you do is at a -2.
now I have a -1 because of how stunned I am.
Oh, yes, you do. You have a -1.
Mm-hmm. Well, okay, that's okay. That was worth it. That was super effective, and I pop out of the material plane and back into my body. And where Steel Tiger is on the bike, I like have one of those like violent sort of twitches, like a cat or a dog that's having a nightmare really fast. And then I like wake up and I go, "They're underground in a van, and there's people. There's like orcs and trolls, and he's oh my gosh." We gotta go. Would I be able to, I don't know, how can I find him still with those clues?
Now, knowing that it's in a tunnel, you could make like a knowledge region and determine the nearest tunnel. I'd be a knowledge street smarts or...
Nope. I have small unit tactics, a weapons manufacturer, and corporate elite. But my bike does it not have a
pilot program?
Yeah.
Yeah, it totally does. You can tell it, take me to the closest tunnel.
Indeed.
Do you know what your piloting program's rating is?
3.
1, 2, 3. Holy crap.
Yes.
There you go. Yeah, not a problem. So it can kind of drive faster than the average car, as well as a little bit more dangerous. It's not like it's a 4 or 5. Which can like do lots of cool combat things. But if you really want, and this is just an advisement to everybody who ever wants to play Shadowrun out there, if you want a car that does everything for you, get it a level 6 piloting program. It will drive on the sidewalks. Literally. All right. The bike takes off, high speeds, in a direction. It doesn't take long before you're going into the entrance of an old underground tunnel that might have gone like under a building or a river of some type, but no longer has any value. And so now it just goes underground and then disperses into some of the lower tunnel sections of the Seattle area. Within a minute or two, you find Arcole standing up in the street, and the van is probably like 100 something feet away, backing back toward this direction. They're still in the effects of the chaos spell because I'm assuming you're sustaining it.
Absolutely.
Okay. And there is a troll hanging onto the back of the van, and he's got a stun. It would be a baton. He couldn't have it. Knuckle dusters. He's got stun knuckle dusters. There we go. And he looks like he's ready to pop out of this van and start stunning people. Does Steel Tiger have any like gang knowledge?
No, he does not.
You can make a logic roll if you want to identify this gang.
Okay. Logic. 1.
You have no idea.
Okay.
All right. The van's flying toward our coal. Your bike is flying toward our coal. Coming in 2 different directions. Our coal, what do you want to do?
I'm just moving out of the way at this point, if at all possible. Is there enough room for me to... If I'm about to be the sandwich in the middle of this collision, I'm jumping.
Left, right. There's a barricade to one side that goes into the other lane of traffic. There's no traffic. It just goes into the little concrete dividers. And then the other side is the other side of the tunnel leg. So there's a wall and a little curb area. That curb area is not going to stop that van or the troll.
Yeah, no. I'm not going to stake my life on a handrail. I'm going to the other lane past the barrier.
Okay, great. Steel Tiger, what do you want to do?
So anyway, I started blasting. I'm gonna since the bike is piloting itself, he's gonna unsling a rifle, and he's gonna take aim at the troll trying to hit his arc hole. No one touches my arc hole. All right. My spider monkey.
Okay.
10.
He has a defensive value somewhere in the teens.
My
Yes,
attack
so-
rating. My attack rating with this gun is 10 or 0. It's 10 or above or 0.
He's got a 12, so mute point. And he doesn't really have too much ability to like stop the attack, but he can pull the van door closed to kind of give him some protection. We'll go with that. And his reaction intuition is sadly 5 dice. I say sadly because you kind of want to see that this guy can actually do, but he can't. So let's get his 5 dice set up. See if this works. 2. So that goes from a 10 to an 8. He tries to pull the door in front of him to block the incoming attack, but instead it does a total of 16p to him. His body is a 5. Again, you want them to do good. So he takes 15. Being that he is a troll, he does have a total body of 11, but that's just not enough. Without any excessive amount of armor or anything like that, the slug will go through him. We have 5 more points of damage left. Let's go ahead and see if the orc on the other side is able to move out of the way. He actually has 6 dice versus your 10. He fails. So, 3 versus the 10, still going to be 5 points of damage. He doesn't have any armor, and his body is only a 3. 0. So 5 points of damage blows into him as well out of his body of 10. So the troll falls out headless for the most part, and the orc behind him falls out as well because you shot 2 people at one time.
Okay.
How?
Arcole, are you okay? He's gonna try over comms. Now he sees that he's running over to the barrier.
He's over on the other side, just like not face planted, but freshly now half dazed. He absolutely still kind of half trips over the barrier whenever he was going to protect himself, and just laying down on the concrete, going, I'm a little bit better. Thank you guys. I don't know what. But
Okay.
And then after he realizes he's okay, he's going to say to the guys as we're rushing towards each other, he's like, "That was your warning shot. Leave now."
Okay. The The driver, who drives over his buddy, the troll or the orc, whatever, continues to. Now it's ramming speed. Arcole, there's something sticky on your hand, on the back of your hand and on your fingers and stuff. And Technosiren, did you want to do anything at all? The other orc, by the way, in the back of the van is screaming at the driver to stop. The driver is yelling something about have some cojones.
Would you say that this reckless behavior might be due to, say, a little chaos spell that I cast and am still currently holding? Or is this just like the type of orc that he is?
The type of orc he is.
Okay, never mind then.
Probably, yeah.
We're just gonna leave that chaos where it is.
All right. Piloting roll from. So, did you want to do anything then?
Well, I don't know. I could try to shoot the dude with my stun bolt. I'm not gonna be nearly as effective as Steel Tiger. I kind of feel like he should just keep shooting. And
yeah. I mean, I will keep shooting, but you could also keep shooting. We could both shoot.
You can both shoot. You can shoot. The guy's going to drive at Steel Tiger. Steel Tiger, I need you to roll the piloting doubled, because it's going to try to avoid collision.
Okay.
You got 3. So your objective is to get equal to or greater than 3. You got 1. So that means the bike is trying to veer and it's going to fail. You have wired reflexes. I'll allow you to react in whatever manner you feel possible so that bad things don't happen to you guys. Let's go ahead and get that stun bolt thrown at the driver.
Should we spice it up a little bit and just keep trying my new spells?
Go for it.
Yeah.
What you got?
Okay. I'm gonna throw a lightning ball at the car instead.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. It's an area of effect. I'm just throwing it at the car. He's still far enough away to just hit them, right?
This is the first time you've thrown it on an actual target. I'm going to tell you, you don't know.
Okay, that's fun. Time to find out.
Is this lightning ball?
Yeah, lightning ball. And what it's gonna, if I hit, it also does electricity damage, which gives targets the zapped status.
Yeah.
I don't know what that's gonna do to them. Let's find out. So let's roll. Roll them, me.
All right. So you're doing. This is This is ranged area duration.
It's instant.
Indirect. So for an indirect, you're gonna roll sorcery and magic. The driver's going to use his reaction and driving skill. Because you're aiming for him, right?
Well, I'm aiming for the van in general.
Oh, you're aiming for the... Yeah, then he's still going to be using his piloting and reaction.
Yeah. I rolled... Oof.
He's still under the effects of chaos, so he's down by 2 points, so it's still a 6. And that looks like... 5. Wow, that was a really good roll.
Beat me. What does that mean, though? That means it just doesn't work?
Oh, the spell still goes off. It just means you didn't hit because you fired the lightning and it shot out and he just drove around it.
Oh, he drove around it. Okay, well, it looked really cool.
It looked epic. This is a really narrow street, so I can't really see him driving around it.
Right? I'm just gonna,
I apologize. I've done this wrong. The lightning arcs from you and to the target, and the target cannot dodge out of the way. The target just has to resist. So it's the body of the vehicle and the piloting program that has to activate, or the driver himself. So it's no reaction plus piloting. It's intelligence plus piloting, or logic plus piloting. And for this, so that's a different set of dice. Would he be? And he's at -2, which is 2 plus 4. That's just 4 you would have lost 2 dice, and it would actually have looked like 3. So you would have hit him with only 1 success.
Better. I'm just saying.
And what that does is damage is the caster's magic divided by 2, which yours is 6, plus net hits. So
It's 4.
4, and you didn't amp it up, so he takes 4 points of damage.
Yeah.
Which reduces his dice pool by 1 more.
And also
Is that
gives
a-
him the zapped status for
It
4
does.
turns. And it's an area effect, so I think it should affect all of them, right?
Oh yeah. Yeah, there's only one more dude in the vehicle. We have to roll for him in a second.
Oh, okay.
I'm just double checking on the zapped status.
Yeah, and would it zap their car and make their car like not work?
Your muscles aren't working quite. The sufferer -2 on initiative. Inability to take sprinting action. Dice pools are at a -1. Yes, it has an effect on vehicles as well. So yeah, the vehicle loses dice pool. The guys lose dice pool. The other guy is going to make his willpower test.
At -3 now,
Mm-hmm.
right? Because confusion is -2 to all dice rolls, right?
Yeah, this
Or
is
the
this
chaos.
is the guys that's got a -3 to his confusion because of the confusion spell. So willpower and what was it? Willpower and what? I have 2 of these books out just so I can see all all the rules.
It's a lot.
So many rules.
I'm drowning in math, I'm not gonna lie. I'm like, I don't know what's happening anymore. I just trust you to tell me whether I do the cool thing or not.
I hear you. It's just, we don't do enough indirect spells. Willpower, reaction. Okay, willpower and reaction are 3, 6, so -3, that's 3, and then the minus. Okay, so 2 dice. And do 1, 2, hit the go, 1 success. So versus the 4 you did earlier, 3 plus your other 3, 6. He takes 6 points of damage. All right, so the vehicle electrifies. Some dude is now at a -5. Another dude's at a -3. The van is electrified. They tried to kind of swerve. We're going to say the van drives into the wall of the tunnel and comes to a stop at this point in time after the lightning goes off. But everything was illuminated quite a bit after that happened. So they did come to a stop after a mage decided to negotiate with their vehicle.
A little sword diplomacy.
Yeah.
Do you guys want to do anything else? Or just grab a coal and get out of here?
We gotta get our coal. I don't want to kill these guys. I mean, you already killed one of them.
But yeah, I mean, I have no qualms with killing them, but it's not my aim to. But when you start kidnapping people, you get what you get.
That's fair. Honestly, that's fair.
So yeah, let's just go. Arcole, you want to climb over the barrier now?
Oh, sorry.
You could probably
I was
drive up and
muted on
reach
yeah.
over and pull him up.
Actually, no. I'd have to go. Oh, I actually have to go that way, right? So I'll actually just drive over the barrier because I have gecko grips on my bike. So
Sure. All right, you extend a hand to pick him up, Arcole.
I'm coming along. I'm not sticking around.
Okay. For whatever reason, Arcole's hand is covered with some sort of gooey material. Dark,
Ew,
reddish
what
brown.
did you get into? Ew, don't put your arm around me. Ew. I'll
It's
be on the
just
back.
on his hands and fingers.
Yeah, you're not putting your arm around me to ride on this bike with us. It's 3 of us on a motorcycle.
I'm sorry, I didn't
it's
know.
okay. All right, Arcole, you come sit up front, and like I'll have him situated where he's like looking over my shoulder backwards. I'm driving while she's behind me.
So although he doesn't have his hands around you, that goo-covered
Slumped
hand is
over.
very near you.
Get it
And
away.
as
What is that?
everybody is getting it, everybody can smell barbecue.
Oh, is that Sweet Baby Ray's?
Yeah, it is all
Wait.
over his hand.
Ew, they were gonna eat you.
Oh, gross. They're cannibals.
Can,
So uncivilized.
can you not? Can you clean that? Can we? How can we clean this right now?
I guess you could lick it. It's edible, right?
It's barbecue sauce.
And Arcole, half dazed state, just goes up and just sticks a finger in his mouth. That's Sweet Baby Ray's. I put that stuff on everything. That's all I have.
Okay, you guys
We
get
share
out
the
of there.
same brain cell. Like, that's what my brain went to. But I would have actually used our one curse word on.
No, that's fair. That's fair. I'm still holding off. The interviewee accidentally used one, so.
Track it.
Yeah.
You guys get back to the hideout, and Arcole gets his hand cleaned off of the Sweet Baby Rays.
Well, what happened, Arcole? Like,
I don't
they
know.
just came out of nowhere and jumped you, or?
Well, I heard the medbot crush first, but I guess, but that's the last thing that I remember. I don't know.
You don't owe anybody any money or anything, do you? You don't have people out looking for you?
I don't owe anybody any money.
They had a bunch of weird tattoos that I saw. Can you look them up online if I describe them to you?
I can't. I recently found out that I'm just straight up inept when it comes to computers.
So that's actually a good question. Well, I guess you also saw them whenever you had returned back to your actual body. I was about to ask if, while manifested after traveling through the astral, if you, because that's not something that you can record. It's not like you don't take your tech with you. But I guess you would have seen them after. Never mind.
Yeah.
So I can probably just go back in your records and
your
look them up.
records.
Oh, and yours.
Your tech was still running too.
Very true.
The reason
I
they
was just
knocked
under
the-
the assumption that I was too terrified to.
You were, but that doesn't mean you weren't still recording because you have those modifications. So the reason they knocked the medbot off is because the medbot would have administered anti-stun medication to keep him from becoming stunned, and they knew it. So knock the medbot off and electrocute this poor guy, and then we're gonna have some barbecue.
Plus, someone wants to have like, I don't know, antibiotic tasting Arcole. Like, that's just
Right?
amoxicillin plus a
who wants to
baked
have-
Baby Ray's. Ew.
Who wants to
Oh
have,
my god.
chemically enhanced dinners. Did anybody get the medbot? Did you guys drive back by and pick up that poor thing? It's struggling right now.
We should.
If it's still there,
Got, like-
yeah,
Got like
I'll
one
pick
little
it up.
medical arm dragging itself back to base.
Oh.
Convoy will fix it when he comes back, right?
Oh, yes, I'm sure he will.
I'm getting kind of sleepy. Is it
Okay.
gonna
You guys
be
get-
good? Is this medbot gonna be able to wake me back up? I'm not ready to go to bed.
Nope. You're gonna have to crawl into the ESP machine and just take a 15-minute nap.
Okay.
You guys get back to the place, and is there anything you guys want to do before we call it? Or Cole?
I'm just gonna fuss over Arcole, make sure he's actually good,
Okay.
and then if he is, then I'll just head home.
Techno Siren?
Imagine that she was like, I want to stay up and hang out. I'm going to get in the ESP, but then she kind of like falls asleep on like the chair that she usually sits in the garage. I'm probably gonna sleep there until morning. Unfortunately, I can't. I've been not sleeping for a really long time. It's finally
Right.
catching up to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Arcole.
Our Cole is just going to go up to that table and nab the comm and just kind of I think just hold it with him for now. He doesn't want to talk to Gross right now after all of that. And he knows that it's not like Gross thinks that he was ever in any danger or anything, so he's gonna hold off until morning.
Okay. Excellent. Well, this definitely rounds out our show. We've come to the end. I definitely enjoyed the role playing, the delving into the use of the new skills and stuff like that. So 5 karma puts us at 165. There won't be much room for downtime later, so if we have any time, if you have not allotted your time, definitely squeeze in the next skill training or whatever it is for next big adventure. For the audience who's come and hung out with us, thanks for spending this time with us. Definitely appreciate you guys. So now, before we end everything, we got a giveaway.
So the winner of that giveaway, even though there were actually quite a few entries, is going to be our subber tonight, Echo of a Fighter. Or at least I hope that's close to how you pronounce it. Congratulations.
Yeah, congratulations.
Just please leave your whispers open and we'll be reaching out soon.
Yeah. In a week from now, we'll be meeting back up. I do believe it's only going to be our Cole and Steel Tiger this time, as the rest of our group have real life things they need to take care of. So join. We're going to be the 3 of us hanging out, and I'm going to whip up some trouble for them to deal with as they slowly work their way to the big job, which will be happening on. We have that projectively should be the 2nd of May, is the Thursday that they go off to do the big job. Hopefully. In the meantime, you guys have a wonderful night, and we'll see you in a week.
Yeah. Until next time.
Ooh, till next time.